Hello guys, can you hear me? Sound check, sound check. Sound check. Great. How y'all doing today? So today we got Necromancy finally to showcase. How are you doing? I'm doing quite well, thank you. Word about OP Trinkets. Yeah, so there's one thing I can clarify a little bit initially here before we proceed. And that is, we got a few trinkets spawning pre-patch that was simply getting the amount of a higher tier, but they were displayed as a lower tier. So those trinkets will get their higher tier updates in an upcoming patch and remain as they are. So that's one of the confusion currently with one of the updates on the trinkets. So all the trinkets being spawned right now have the correct amount of stats that are available for each tier. Will that include getting the additional stats they should have? So they remain as they are, as I mentioned. It's just that if you see a cuprum trinket that gives 40 skill points, that is not cuprum tier. It's actually a higher tier. So that will be updated later on. So we'll still keep the exact stats that you got, but you will have the correct tier on them. So because if you compare that to a cuprum tier being spawned right now, or you will see the difference in the stats that are available per each tier. Can you revert the trinkets? No, so as I mentioned, you got higher tiers, but they didn't display the right tier. So there's a stair from cuprum to augment, obviously, with different amounts and amount of stats available on them. And the first tiers will be common and are common. So you can find them in quite a lot of amounts, various places in the world. And then the higher tiers becomes or are simply more rare. They're still obtainable in various locations in the world, but they're simply more rare drops. When we'll be fixing invisible source. So yeah, that's on our list when it comes to the polish bug fix that we're working on. So as you can see, we're getting close to end of the roadmap, and there will be a update on the roadmap when we're done with that, and that will be a little bit different setup this from moving forward from here on. we have to make sure we focus and track on everything we have currently in game and all the issues and bugs reported. One of them is the invisible weapons, which is quite annoying, and we simply have to make sure that is fixed, along with a few other things like AI pathing, the specific damage in houses and around houses, for instance. How do the trinket, red, coral, amethyst, etc. second tiers work? So there are two types of effects to be obtained on the current rings and amulets: a primary and a secondary ability effect. And the primary is given by the tier, which is the material of the ring, such as copper, silver, gold, etc., up to ogmium. And the secondary is based on the gem that is on this jewelry, which gives the amount of secondary effects and amount of those. Yes, that is also another one very annoying. The different heights on strongholds, etc. That is also on our list. So we're going to go through that and give an update on the progress and how we are planning to do the next step of roadmap rather than continue with instant updates and features. We're going to make sure we cover all these things first of all. Crimson, you have made your point about 40 times now with it's not a full loot game with the trinkets. I have given my explanation of what the trinkets mean for Mortal Online, and that will not change. So your feedback have been taken, and now we don't have to continue pushing that. Thank you. We get more alchemy effects eventually. Yes. So we are slowly been expanding that, and it is also a system supports multiple effects over time. We have mentioned a few of those that are on the upcoming lists as well, such as alchemy effects. So yeah, there will be more of that. The copper amulet with 2 high stats will become a higher tier but keep 2 stats only. Yes, that is correct, because the system calculates the amount of skill points that is distributed. That is also based on the tier. And there's been a few so-called high tier trinkets being spawned, but with the copper tier, but they're still being up towards 40, even 45 in skill points bonuses. Those are higher tiers skill costs, if that makes sense. I don't want to have trinkets stolen on death like gear. It's not literally no one. Yeah, that's the thing. We have many discussions about the trinkets, why they are like they are, how they work, and why we decided the very important function as they shouldn't be dropped on death. If we do that, we have to cut like 90% of all hard work on trinkets, which also means players won't really invest in them because they're going to be dropped just as any gear in any run out there. So it's a huge difference if we want to have an investment and a market around them or not. And we decided yes, because it's a huge value, and the absolute majority of players loves them, are super happy with them, and that's it. And then there will always be individuals that doesn't agree and doesn't like them, and that's fine. But this is the rules about our trinkets. Love it or hate it. And plans on being able to equip 2 sets of weapons. Yes. I think I mentioned that previous stream that I initially designed a window, and I think you saw it in the combat beta that there was 2 additional equipment slots for exactly that reason. We didn't think it were necessary with the hot bar that allowed you to manually change the setup, but it's clunky. We agree to that, and most of you guys agree to that. So we plan to rework that a little bit, make it more smooth and play better, simply. And one of the third big thing, yes, news on items disappearing in bags, chests, on houses, etc. That is also one of those big focused areas. So yes. Go Necromancy preview. All right, let's do it, guys. I'm gonna jump down. Love Trinket, but love you more, Henrik. Thank you, Afshin. I missed the giveaway? No. Haven't done a giveaway yet. Just did a quick, brief summary, and then we are looking to jump into some necromancy. And also, obviously, we're following the progression of the trinket drops, etc., seeing how the feedback here is and how many are catched in the various different locations and the different ways of obtaining them. And we want to make sure that we don't flood the market with all the tiers quickly. We want to make sure that there's a natural and good progress. There's something for everyone. Like a new player, obviously, tier 1 is optimal, very small cost, even though if they die and lose charges, but it still starts giving them this boost of progression that they are looking at, and they will adapt and learn and be ready for the higher tiers eventually. And the absolute highest tiers with the maximum gems is supposed to be very rare. Thank you for the raid and welcome to the stream. All right, guys, shall we jump into the game and take a look? Did I missed a donation here? 1 second, guys. We bring stuff to non-racist clan pyre. They even talk about it in reviews. I mean, obviously, we take all those areas very seriously, and our GM staff have very clear instructions. And this is something we're also expanding on. Starting from next week, we're actually working on a improved new setup with a new system and how we're going to work as a team to make sure that we have those areas that we have been simply not been effective in. We're investing heavily to make sure that we improve in those areas, from the developers to GM staffs and support. So this is something we're very keen on getting on a high standard, and we're working very hard on expanding on this, along with the focused polish we're looking at currently. Let's drink a talk and more necro preview. Sure. Let's do it, guys. All right. So yeah, like I said, there are good drops on bandits, Rysard, all the different dungeons. We're just making sure we follow up on the drop rate, so we don't again flood the market too hard on giving all the high tier top power on the first month. It's supposed to be a work in progress. You will see in terms of your progress. I mean, what you find and discover and how they work, and when you start to look at the maximum tiers, that it will be quite clear over time. And like I said, we're always making sure we follow up on that to make sure it's following the progression we have. Do say to drop trinkets or not? I think you got that cover, right? There's been many groups of many groups of guilds farming satyrs. And yes, like people are saying here, they do drop. Good, Henrik. Hope you keep managing stress manageable. I was wondering if there are any areas in Mortal that you're proud of personally and will recommend new players to go see when they can, like a town or dungeon, etc. Thank you for the question. So obviously there's many different biomes that I'm very keen on. You can also, I guess you can see a small progression from our first biomes, and then the more we progressed over the month deploying the additional biomes, I think it's noticeable to see the progression of skills and how things have been improved. And you can also see some of that variation in dungeons. And now we're also adding a lot of points of interest, which will make the world much more exciting, explorable for especially new players heading out in the wild, which is a common thing when they go to Mirrorland. They're straight out, and I haven't seen much, and wonder if there's much in the world. It's a huge world. And obviously points of interest will help in giving interesting points, different exploration rewards, but also obviously different dangers. Are we getting more points of interest in the world, new mobs, demon villagers? Yes, for sure. Like I said, we had planned over 1,000 of them because we calculated an average. It's a huge continent, right? And for it to feel like you are able to run into them here and there, we need a lot of them. So yes, you will see a lot more. All right. Let's a top tier trinket better when it's not true. Well, that is true as well. So behind the system, how that system works, how it calculated, when we found that there was a strange thing with visually low tiers but had higher tier skill points pools. That's when we found the issue. So we updated that, and along with how the distribution of skill points is calculated, we also found at the same time that the higher tier actually get less of them, even though those high, like tier 5 trinkets haven't been found in the game yet. We saw that they generated a smaller pool. So we fixed that at the same time pretty much. So if you would have found a tier 5, it will be sad because it's a rare drop and you wouldn't have been too happy with the amount of stats, skill points being distributed to that one, and that's been fixed. So now we have triple checked them on test, and they have the correct progression within different tiers. High tier fluxes is in the game, yes, but just as the high tier trinkets, they are rare, and we will follow up on this within a month or so. We should see within the community how that looks. If we think it's way too rare, it's very easy for us to nudge it up a notch to drop more of them. But we want to be on the safer side and not flood the market with tons of tier 5 trinkets. It wouldn't be fun for anyone, I think, if that happens on the first weeks. They are fully working, the trinkets. They're working as they should. Like I said, nothing has really changed. Like we said, it's the visual update that has been wrong. So just continue enjoying them as they are, and you will see the correct content on them. It's a visual thing. The server have already decided the value, and there haven't been any tier 5 dropped. Therefore, you wouldn't have noticed those being weaker. We fixed it before those dropped. Shall we jump into test, guys, and take a look at Necromancy? What do you say? Are we ready? Or do we want to cover something more? All right. Let me switch to streaming mode. You're seeing the game, right? And do you also have sound, in-game sound? Let me know if you hear the in-game sound. Let me know, guys. Do you hear that? Great, can hear. Okay. So, Necromancy. I've been playing around today quite a bit, just to make sure we have a working build, so I don't look like a fool on this stream. Because finally we want to do a little preview of the upcoming Necromancy content. A lot of people have been looking forward to it. So, all right. We have the Necromancy book. I'm missing one spell in this book, so but we got all of the rest. Couldn't care less about Necromancy. Thank you again, Crimson, for your amazing feedback. I've heard you multiple times, and again, thank you, and enjoy this show. If you don't, come back later and we can discuss further steps, because this stream is all about Necromancy, just as it says in the stream menu. So that's the reason we're here today, to talk about Necromancy and show about it. And since you don't care about it, feel free to leave and come back whenever there's something that interests you. All right? Thank you very much, Crimson. All right, Necromancy. I'm very excited about Necromancy. I hope many of you guys are as well, because it's a game changer, especially if you're a mage. And I always love playing a mage in many of these similar MMO games. So, okay, where do we start? Let's bring some walkers, shall we? So there's 3 parts of Necromancy, I would say, 3 categories. So one is the quick summons. You're able to summon walkers in a certain way. It has certain rules, which is a really cool thing. It gives you quick access to different types of pets. And then we have obviously the spell casting spells, which is very cool spells because they have different types of tactic options that is game changing for groups and single play. And obviously the big game changer is that you can move and cast at the same time. And then we have the third category, which is rituals. Rituals is a more progression, a state where you research, again, similar to other crafting areas. You have to learn how to pretty much build your powerful Necromancy pets. Let's start with quick common summonings. So right now I'm casting and I'm summoning a death. Look at this baby. Look at him. Holy shit, guys. I love it. So this is how I brought up a dead from the ground, and I just love it. Now, I want to make it clear that we're still... Shit. Sun is falling down. I wanted to show something before it does, and then I want to show some things in the night. But anyway, so all effects are not 100% final. There's some room for some tweaks, like smoke dust when it goes up from the ground. But it's really cool. Let me summon another little baby for us. Lovely. Look at this baby coming here. Oh my god, guys. Look at this baby. Holy shit. So as you can see here, this is a greater walker. And this is the normal walker. So this is where you start, obviously, with the lower end. This is a high end. And then we have something else that is this little baby. Look at this one. This is a strong one. But as you can see, it differs quite a bit. So it's very thin and agile. So he has some speed. Look, get out of here, pig. And as you can see also on his gear, it's like a dead ranger you're bringing up. So it's like 3 different groups of quick summons that you can play around with as your first summons. So you can make an army of your undeads based on these 3. So also it's a good progression from the weakest one to the more specific ones. Tanky or Speedy Gonzalez. So come out into light. Yeah, I'm running out of daytime. But okay, so and you will learn here the different types of, obviously this is a common first of all, and then there are skills that also affect them a little bit. This one have armor, so it's more protected before it gets cramped. And right now I'm not under control of them. This is something we're still debating. There's a few points we're playing around with to make sure exactly how we want it. But right now I'm not controlling these ones. They're just summoned and they're like brain dead. They're just standing there and are waiting for something to happen to them, or if you enrages them they may affect. So there's another spell to take control over them, and this is how I'm doing that right now. So I'm gonna take control of that one. So I'm casting a control walker on him. So now he's bound to me and I'm controlling him, and I can also see it in the buff icon up here in the window. So this is the indication of I'm controlling this one. And so this is also where we wanted to refine a few things. So it didn't make 100% sense that they are following the whole taming profession with creature controllers, etc., right? So what we have here instead is, as you can see, my mana is going down. This is also the numbers we tweak on them. But depending on the summons you're controlling, it costs mana. It's like drains that from the focus when you're holding it. And this is a strong one. And the thing is, now I'm a Calar, so I'm not optimal in terms of intelligence, as you can see, in Psy. So I'm not optimal. Let me see if I can nullify that drain. But as you can see, it drains mana slowly instead. So these summons here are not in the pet window because they don't really act as a normal pet. The rituals do though, so that's the big difference when you invest in building a pet that are more permanent, while this is my logo in the top. Is it in the way? So these are more like throw and use, while the rituals are more the long-term investments. This is a test server, guys, so ignore my rings, etc. Obviously, this is all set up. Okay, let me do some cool stuff, right? So for this walk, he's following me now and taking order. Look at him, how cool is he? I love it. I really love it. It's so cool. I'm gonna tell him to bash on that guy. So I'm gonna send him the command to go at him. Okay. He's simply decayed. Took too long. I was waiting too long. I sent him into him, so now he's engaging on that one. Like so. And then there's some really cool spells. For instance, I can... what do we have? Let me see. Act bound, it's alt 4. So if I do this one, this is a cool thing, because now I'm bounding my walker to me. As you can see here, we have a new buff, Act bound it's called. So that means if something is hitting me, my damage is also passed to him, like a extra meat shield. So you're sharing some of my damage, which is really cool as well. And yeah, did you see that effect? It's lovely. Now I'm gonna do some crazy here. I'm gonna sacrifice this one and let him explode. Look at this. Boom! Boom! How fucking cool is that, guys? Let me get some mana back. I love it. There's so many tactical things in Necromancy that is so fun to play around with. So as you can see here, you can send individual commands and do individual links to your walkers, which is really cool. As you saw here, I sacrificed it so it explode. And yeah, did you see that gore? Oscar or our effect artists have been doing a hell of a job in making it look beautiful. So that was a little show with that. Let me regain a little more mana, then we're gonna show some other cool things. Yeah, the pet explosion is really cool. So as you can see, there are so many different tactics how you can play now using the necro spells. There's quite a few things to go through, so we're gonna jump through most of it. Should have made a more heavy int character, but it still works. It's enough with 166 mana for now. Death Hand, I'm gonna show you. So let's bring up another walker, another one. And I just love how they come up from the ground. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this baby. Come here. Come here. Amazing. Amazing. Another one. Okay, let's see. Okay, so there's also another tactical spell against other mages, which is I'm gonna take control so he doesn't attack me. So I'm taking control over him like this. So now he's under my control, so he won't engage in a strange way. So imagine this is another mage player. There's a mind duel between mages if you cast... I haven't got 100% used to the icons yet. I think we need to display the name as well when I'm holding the mouse here. It's maybe a good quality of life, right? Especially when we're getting many new icons to read them. I mean, if you do look at them closely, they do tell the story, but there's quite a few of them, so it takes a while to get used to them all. So I'm looking for this one. All right. Imagine if this is a mage, and I'm casting this one. Boom! So as you can see, I'm sucking his mana. So I can steal mana from other mages with that spell. And then we have another really lovely spell that is a good damage spell that affects everything in that line. Is this little baby. Boom! Do you hear that angry sound of spirits? Look at that pig, and look at it, got some of the damage as well. And my little walker as well. So this is a pretty decent range, decent damage, and as you can see, it's like a spiral of spirits, and anything that touches that effect gets damaged. So if there's a enemy line running towards you in a choke point, like in a tunnel, you just cast this baby and you're gonna burn all of them on a line. Boom! As you can see, it's a decent range. So if there were 10 people in line there running against me, all of them would have get damaged. So it's a good, quite area of effect damage spell. And then of course we have a very lovely spell that is this one. Look at this baby. Boom! Did you see that blood being sucked from his body into me? So it doesn't only hurt him, but I'm actually draining his life. So I'm healing myself with that spell as well. So it's a quite short range, but it's very effective for the mage. So as you can imagine, you can run at the same time as you are draining his life like this. Do you see that blood spread? I'm sucking the blood out of him, so I'm healing him, damaging him and healing me. The exact range on this one, not sure if it's correct in the book information. Range 300. It could be right, so around 3 meters. I mean, everything feels shorter in first person, right? So we had to tweak that back and forth until we felt it was in a good range. So it's still something we are tweaking, the different ranges. As you can see there, it was too far away. Because again, Death Hand is the name of it, and it's supposed to be close. I'm super happy with this. Oh, okay. That's super close. Yeah, it's supposed to be close. It's, you know, the name is like you're touching them to suck the life out of them. But when we had it very short, it felt a little annoying that you constantly were missing it. So we extended it a little bit. It's still under testing, so it may be tweaked up or down or anything until it feels we are hitting the sweet spots. Let me smoke that pig with this little baby spell. Shigaboom! Now that sucker is blind. He doesn't see anything, and his lungs is being filled with toxic smoke. So very minor damage, as you can see on the top. But most importantly, look at this. I'm blind. I'm blind. So again, tactical spell that are making you completely blind, pretty much, and you're filling the lungs with some minor damage. So a cool spell. And then we have, let's find a little piglet. We have this little spell. Look at the damage on that one. So this is the more effective. It's a poison cloud. When stepping into it, now the bush pig had very small, but as you can see, it's more noticeable damage. So you don't want to stand in that too long, right? You want to stay away from green poison smoke cloud. So it's pretty cool. You can actually mix those clouds, making one blind and then spread some poison, and you will get damage. Yeah, this one is renamed from the first game. It's called Miasma. Again, all names coming from Mats, always a deep, meaningful background behind every name, etc. Anyway, I always stream from Italy. I'm just simply having my test character here. I haven't had a reason to move around when I'm doing these tests, so it just happens to be in the middle. All right. What do we else have? Yeah, I want to show you something really, really cool. Let's bring up a little baby. Call me. Call me. And so imagine if I'm getting hit by something. I have my warper nearby, and I need a heal, and then I can sacrifice this walker like this. Look at the effect, guys. Look at this effect. Be prepared. So I'm sacrificing him. Boom. No, sorry. I have to have control over him. It needs to be a control pet. Okay. Now I'm sacrificing him. Look at this. Look at the blood. And then I'm sucking it all. That is amazing. That is amazing. Really, really cool. I love that effect. So I'm exploding him, so all the blood is controlled out in the air, and then I'm sucking that blood into me. Really, really cool. I love it. I love it. Let me show you some of that crazy stuff again. Sound effects. A little too much sci-fi sound on those, right? Come here, come here. That is cool. Drink your milkshake. Yeah, we spent quite a lot of time in trying to make these effects very solid. So I think they've done a great effort. Thank you so much for the subscription and gifts, guys. Thank you very much. All right, let me sacrifice this one again. You can take a close look. So, boom! Look at the blood. Look at the blood, and then zip, zip, zip. Amazing. Freaking cool. I love it. I love it. Another one. Yeah, I can control multiple. Pretty cool effect, right? I love it. I love it. Imagine on a battlefield, tons of players and all this crazy stuff is going on. It's gonna be like a freaking movie. Someone exploding a walker, someone is sucking the blood, some smoke. It's gonna be crazy. Let's see. So blind. Alright, so blind, I think that was one of the spell that wasn't... Let me see. Okay, I'm blinding myself, guys. Look at this shit. How cool is this? You can do that on your enemies. Yeah, that was blind on myself. Pretty cool, eh? Pretty cool. So, highly tactical, both in PvP and PvE. Let's take this baby. And let's tell him to... Let's tell him to go on that one. Should have done the faster ones, these little piglets. It's too quick, piglets. All right, let's do this little crazy thing. See ya. Boom. Yeah, so the mana and range is still being tweaked heavily. So expect to see some changes there. Oops. Shit, I was casting a hostile spell there. Calm down, calm down. Boom! 2 explosion. Crazy, crazy. Let's get some mana back. Can a person see when another is blinded? Yes. Let me cast it on a creature and let's see if you can see the effect. You will see something go into the eyes. I'm not sure if we're gonna see it here on the pig. Could be one of those as well that we are still working on effect-wise. Let's see. No, let's. I think that is not done. That effect on current targets. But yes, you will see black ash smoke going into the eyes. So it's visible in third person when someone is blinded. Let me see if I can cast it here. I think it was that spell that wasn't in this build. Let me try. No, you can't see it here. But there should be a black and ash hizzling in the eyes. Henrik, move your head. Why? How long does blindness work for? Let me see. So this is the timer. About, was it like 5-6 seconds? Does it say in the book? No. It's also not final, and we're gonna do the transition a little bit smoother as well. I mean, you can still see a little bit, but it's gonna be a challenge, right? No, as I said, ranges and mana and duration, they're not final yet. We are going into the balance rounds next, pretty much. So I'm not gonna display rituals at this point. Only the summons and the spell casting. Let me show you the... yeah, we have some other... Okay, we need to kill some piggies. let me summon. This one should be a little bit faster. Elementary spells can be cast while in movement. Yes. Come here, baby. Shit, I have... No. As you can see, that one is quite faster. Oh, Jesus. Having all of a mess. Come here, piglets. Because I want that loot bag, because this is what I want to show you. Let's do the... Okay. And then look at this little spell. If you have a loot bag in enemy grounds, boom! Chakalaka. Do you see that? So if you have a bunch of loot bags or a loot bag that is in a dangerous spot, or you just want to reach it, you can pull it with magic. Zoom. So during day you can see the white bright ash effects, but during night, I mean, but during the day you will see the black smoke. So the effect is a little different compared to day or night. It gets back some mana. Ninja looting, baby. Indeed, the crawling hands. Is that an exploit requested feature? No, Crimson. As usual, no. Very much no. It was a very cool tactical spell in the first game. Whoop. I just don't see much use in dragging the loot back. Trust me, you're gonna get a lot of use of it when you're playing the game for many different reasons. In huge wars, siege wars in the first game, that spell was heavily used for very heavy tactics. And you will find out why soon enough. No rituals today, guys. No rituals. So only the summons and normal spell casting. Stealing loot bags from groups, sure. I mean, you can always sneak up and try to pull them away. Test the range of Death Hand. Yeah, I can show you how it is currently. So this should be a miss. Yes. This is maybe just in range. No. So I have to go a little bit closer. I think this is it. Yes. So close to this is the current range on Death Hand. It may change a little bit, like I said. This is what we're playing around with currently. We had it like here before, but as soon as you start moving around, this was a heavy miss and it felt very frustrating. So having it where we have now, you can move around and mid-fight, get in quite a few hits. Damage range is set in stone. No, like I said, the balance rounds is where we're at next. So until now we have been focused on getting the sync, animation, effects and everything working as intended as the first round of focus. And then the final round is obviously polishing, bug checking and balancing. Rituals be finished already before Necromancy is implemented. Yes, rituals is being worked on as well now. there are some parts missing, so it's not really optimal to showcase right now. But also, we want to save a few things for the game, because ritual is one of the things that we have completely rebuilt from the first game, and we always think it's exciting for the players to also figure things out, explore some of those things. So no ritual in this stream, and we don't really plan. I don't think we plan to showcase that in depth. We may show something, but we're not gonna go through it in depth. We wanna let you guys go through the rituals. What do we have else? Have I shown all these spells? Yeah, so this is a what's it called now? Benumb. Let me see what it is here. Yeah, Benumb. Break the target concentration, reducing mana regeneration, and blocks creatures from using magic. So this is again a good tactic spell for many reasons. It breaks concentration, reduces mana regen on mages. But it's also very powerful on specific creatures that may be casting spells, because this mutes them or benumb the mind so they can't cast spells. Mute. I don't have mute in this book, so that one I cannot show. And then we have this one. Let me bring a... So this is... So this goes on the legs, as you can see here, and it affects its speed. So now it is severely limited. Atrophy is the new name. Fill the target's lungs with black smoke, reducing its stamina regeneration and decreases creature's movement speed. So again, a very high tactical spell that reduces pet speed quite greatly. So a good counter for fast pets speeds, that pets that have high speeds especially, and also reduces some of the stamina regeneration. Could you steal zombies from other necromancers? Yes. So that is also a new thing. So a master necromancer can go into an area where there are a lower necromancer, and you can actually steal his walkers because you are a more powerful necromancer. These poor bastards will listen to the strongest necromancer. Yes, I can cast, move and cast like this. Beautiful! Many of you guys have been wanting magic that allows you to move and cast at the same time, and this is one of the first school that allows that. Imagine being a melee in this game. That's the majority, Heimdur. The majority. Boom shakalaka! Eat that, pig! Eat that! And I'm too lazy to go to the loot, so why not pull it? Why not pull it? Can you sprint while casting? I can, yes. And I'm gonna add foot fighter content in soon time. There's a lot of candy coming for all styles, trust me. Now finally Mages is getting some love. It was a long time, and we have a huge player base that wants to play more as a full-blood mage. Necromancy may help with that. So how do I cancel a spell? Right, we actually had a discussion about that, because right now, exactly, we saw, holy shit, I'm stuck casting a spell, this could be dangerous in the city. One way in doing it like this is by entering combat mode, but obviously that is not very efficient. So we're adding a key that you can set whatever key you want that will cancel the spell. All of the spells that you start casting. And can I fire over 3 long bow shots without going out of breath? When you are strong enough, Crimson, you're way too weak, or you have a too heavy bow for you. That's how it works. You can experiment around that and you will see how it works. What happens to the summons if the summoner die? If I die, these should still remain if I'm not mistaken. I'm not 100% sure actually. But they won't be engaging without me giving them the different commands. I'm gonna make a feign cancel hand. Yeah, we looked at that as well, so there will be an option for it. There won't be a ritual in this stream, guys. All but ritual. Let's sacrifice him to the gods! Boom! Holy shit! Ritual pets also drain mana. No. So your ritual pets acts as a normal pet and they will be here. So you will give them the normal commands. It's a persistent pet. You have to take care of it. But this is the cool thing, right? So if you create a Tupelak, for instance, one of the greater pets for a master necromancer, if you get any other pets, like a horse or a wolf or whatever, that Tupelak gonna go crazy. He's gonna be jealous and he gonna eat that pet. So you can't really mix living with the dead. It doesn't go well together. Want to see the regions? Right, so got some Ogmium polish, guys. Ogmium polish. So yeah, let's take a look on the spells here. So a lot of bones, as you can see, especially for creating the undeads, and spirits is a very common base regent. And we have these ritual blood that is required. We have Abam, or however you pronounce it. And we have corpse ash. I cannot summon undead horse because it is in the ritual system. So I can't showcase rituals, and we won't really showcase everything about the rituals because that's kind of exploration progression as well in the game. So like I said, there's like 3 categories to master in Necromancy. The summons and normal spells, and then we have the ritual that is like 1 category within Necromancy. So to summon a undead horse, for instance, that requires you to learn how to make a ritual. You need the necessary skills and tools, and then obviously you need the corpse of a horse. Yeah, that is. Have we shown all spells? I think we have so far, right? So the only one missing here is the mute. Yeah, I think we covered them all. The army of the dead is upon us. This is my babies. Rise, my minions, rise. Yeah, so city guards doesn't really... Human supreme. Guards in cities doesn't trust the undead beasts. They are banned from the cities. So if I were to try to control all these, I'm too weak of a mind and I lack some skills that reduce the cost. So as you can see, if I'm taking too many of them on my wings, especially the strong ones. Look at my mana now. And I have these ones. As you can see, it's eating quite fast. Yes, I can make them all attack. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, bop, boom. Oops. Calm down, boy. Calm down. Listen to me. Listen to me. Good, good. So yeah, okay, no more mana to that. So yeah, now my mana is being 0 pretty much if I have too many of them. So I can't even give commands or do anything. Looks like Henrik was waiting on Necro release. Well, this has been one of my favorite schools. There's a few more that I'm very passionate about, but yeah, refining this school was something I was really looking forward to. I wanted them to be in the first game, but we couldn't really do those steps. Now we're getting there finally. The explosion damage didn't work. It did, but I'm not sure. The numbers on those are not fine yet. So again, those are balanced numbers that are gonna most likely change the area and impact damage. Hey, let me guess, you're gonna play Necro? I'm gonna play a Necro for sure. I think many of you guys will try it as well, and I think Necro gonna be quite popular. It gives those things that many have been asking for, ecumenical and spirits, that is missing component wise. But I also think that when we start adding more of those wide schools, I think players are gonna start spreading around in the different schools. Like I said, these are really cool schools, but trust me, there are some really cool other schools as well. Tower shield, please. It's coming soon. It's coming soon. The tower shields are done to my knowledge. And going through polish balancing as well. What does Crimson not like? Good question. Good question. New world map when? When we are done planning it. Let me get some blood. Boom, shika boom. Boom, shika boom. Look at that blood. Look at it. Come to Papa. Thank you. Thank you. That's how you do it, man. That's how we do it. I mean, yeah, obviously if you want to use a lot of mana, you wanna build your character a bit different and maybe not be colored, which I am right now. Not the optimal build for a big spellcaster, but this is what I had. Will this be implemented within the next 3 months, you think? No, it will be earlier, much earlier than 3 months for sure. You know, like I said, most things are done now. We are fine polishing and balancing. There's a few things missing in rituals, and then we're done with necromancy. Are you married? I'm not married yet, no. Can we see the tower shield? No, sorry, I can't show that. I don't have one. I could have shown it. I think it's ready for on testing rounds, but sorry, no. I just prepared a necro for this stream, and I hope you're enjoying it so far. What I'm showing you guys. Look at this baby. To the moon. Boom. Jesus, I love it. Listen to the sound, how evil it is. Jesus. Jesus. Oh, pig! I think we need to tweak that hand position a little bit, right? It's a little in the way when we do this, right? So stuff like that we need to polish. Poor pig. Poor pig. Need mana. So how will you go about learning that magic stuff? Oh my god. This was out of range for my calling hands. I need to be a little bit closer than that. Hydro, thank you for subscription. I won't be showing rituals in this stream, guys. Sorry. I thought I was in range there. So again, we're tweaking the range on a lot of stuff. Why does the loot bag look weird? This is a carcass, not a loot bag. What the hell? Is it this short? It is. So let me rest again. I have too little mana to play around too much here.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Another one.
Wait. I wanted to cast this. No. Come on, I might set up like a crazy. Ah, too far away, too far away. Boom! So how you go about learning necromancy? So again, if you walk the continent of Mirland, there are always different types of spellcasters and such that may carry some of the magic scrolls, including necromancy. And then there will be a new location placed on Mirland, which is a really cool place. I showed some of its screenshots in my previous stream. A new location. It's in the lore as well. It's a really cool place, and there's a lot to explore and discover in this place. And this is also where we're taking new grounds of how to progress and discover things and learn things. So not just going there with Zerg numbers and brute force through it. You will need a lot of brain, a lot of exploration in different tiers, I would say. And of course, brute force may take you so far, but there's more than that that is required to fully go into the depth here. So I'm very much looking forward to see what you guys come up with in this area and what you decide to share or not. So in various locations on Milan, but also a new location that have things in depth tied to Necromancy as well. So I suspect that many guys may go there. Maybe a hotspot for quite a while until a lot of that have been solved. Let me take a look on. Oh. So the damage is decent. Where is that other? Alright, I wanna pull that. Like so. I wanna pull that. No. Come here, baby. Oh, just decayed. Wanted to pull a group of them. Aim. Can summon on horseback. Can you summon on horseback? You can cast all spells pretty much on a mount. Oh, come on, come on. Die. Let's see if we can pull them. How many primary points we require for Necromancy? Depends a little bit on if you want to buff up your walkers and pets. So it all depends on what kind of Necromancy you may want to be. Zoom! Zoom, baby! Did you see that zoom? Did you see that zoom? If someone else on, they are not available. They need a good night's sleep. Got a date tomorrow as well, you know. You pig! Put a cap. Put a cap. Come here, little bags. Come here. Thank you, thank you. This is how you do it. This is how you do it. And then you take that carcass and you raise a dead pig. What are you drinking? I'm drinking Schweppes. Lemon Schweppes. Go ritual. No ritual, guys. Sorry. We're not gonna show rituals in depth like this. That's the third section of Necromancy that we wanna keep a little bit in hidden for when it goes live. And if you... So that is my stam drain. Small effect, but you know, as you know, stamina is close to king on the field, so even a small effect is an effect. Yeah, like I said, ritual are not fully done yet either. Like I said, even though when we are done with it, we do want to keep some things to be explored. You regain stamina slower, so we have these debuffs to it's clear what's going on. Nerf mages. How do you get carcass? And could you potentially change a lot with the wild beast loot bag in carcasses? It's way cooler. How do you get a carcass? What do you mean? And could potentially change a lot with the wild beast loot bags in carcass. Not sure exactly what I mean. You get the carcass by killing them, right? It's cool to see you excited with the patch as well as us. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm a big fan of this game, obviously. This is the type of MMO I prefer. And there's nothing like it. So it's obviously a dream coming true as well, you know, being able to deliver exactly what I'm missing personally on the market. And this is very close to my heart. And this is what I want to dig into. So obviously I'm really hoping you guys also see the beauty in these upcoming schools and can enjoy them just as much as we do, and get much joy out of them. Bone spear, bone shield. I'm not sure. You know, we're not going too much Diablo here. Yes, guards won't allow you bringing a Tupolak into town, so you have to keep them out of towns. It's a very scary beast. You've seen a screenshot of them on previous streams. They're really, really cool. So blind, of course. Where do we have it? We have it here, over here. Oh, oh. Here we go. Boom! So as you can see, it's possible if you're very skilled, you can still see a little bit where you're going, but it's difficult. And we work on a transition, so it may be a little bit more smooth fading out. Should we do the giveaway while we cover some additional stuff? Look at this baby. Look at this baby. How beautiful is this? Boom. Wow. I just say wow. Do you see those effects? Lovely. 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 Lovely.
Oh my god, another one. Another one.
I need to scream louder. Maybe some tweaks. There is a cool sound in where do we have it? We have it this one. If I place this one on a poor little pigsy. Okay, let's see if we can hear it. You hear that little gassy sound? Little gassy sound, you know. And if we listen to this one, no, you can listen to this. You hear that? Evil. It's evil. Evil! You don't wanna get trapped in these because you get blind. You get blind. And if you stack another poison here, you're gonna get some damage and be blinded. Okay, one moment guys, I'm gonna also start the giveaway while we continue. One moment guys. Alright, let's start the giveaway. Explanation mark MO2 is up and running. Go for it if you wanna have a chance of a free copy. Yes, I can cast darkness on top of a poison. Let me do it here. I'm gonna show you. Let's start with some ash, blindness, and then some poison. Oh, fuck. I don't. Okay, yeah. Let's try again. Okay, the range is a little bit too short on these. I think those are the things that we are tweaking. So currently you need a target for the clouds. And there's a mechanic from elemental school that allows us to place them without the target, which we are elaborating if we want to use that function to give a little bit more freedom how to place them. But like I said, it requires a function from elementalism. Blind legs, blind and poison. Elemental school when? So we have two options next. Elementalism give us quite a few functions for quite a lot of the schools. So it does make sense in terms of tech to implement elemental next, because like I said, many schools are reusing a lot of that. So now when we are covering all these schools currently, and if we also do elemental school, we cover most of the functions we need for all of our schools, which means all the other schools we reuse a lot of the functions, which obviously means we can implement schools much faster due to if they're sharing these mechanics. And yes, elementalism is very specific because it has specific server functions that allows us to place things without a target, like these smokes. So, like I said, the summons is only the walkers. Rituals are everything else, like Death Knight, Tupilax, all the creatures in the world, including trolls. Or any big creature, pretty much. Yeah, of course, I could do that. Let's do it. If I'm not getting to... two. Wait, shit, I don't see what I'm doing. Okay, two clouds, and then we have 3. Oops. And cloud. So here you can see both ash and poison in action. That's dangerous. Standing in both. But that's gonna take you quite a bit. You can't heal your undeads. What does atrophy do when cast on self? Where the hell? It reduces stamina regeneration. You're able to have a rising horse and 2 black at the same time, or will that cost too many PP? I think you can, yes. You need skills for it, but you should be able to do that. So you're not reducing your movement speed with atrophy on a player, because again, speed is king, so we're very careful about affecting PvP, but it does affect AI, pets, and such. So that's where it's very powerful against specific creatures that are obviously very fast, or just help to gimp them down. So there's quite a few counters against powerful pets with Necromancy, such as Atrophy and Benumbed Mind. Those two will gimp pets a lot. And they do affect players in a limited way. Like Atrophy only affects the stamina regen, not the speed. And Benumbed Mind reduces the mana regen, but doesn't prevent you from casting new spells. That doesn't affect player speed. Horrible. Like I said, we played around with this in the first game, and since speed is king, we don't want the game to be calming everything surrounding this mechanic. And if you don't have a 100% counter for it every single time, or if you don't have the spell power, you're always gimped. Always. If you're a pure fighter, always gimped. We don't want the PvP to be so heavily affected in one direction that it becomes a very narrow, boring meta gameplay. Does that make sense? We want it to be a wider optional play styles and tactical options that is more fair game, not affecting PvP in a negative way rather than a fun, exciting way. Yeah, the fighters will get their abilities, which we also mentioned before. Every weapon group will have a special effect or functions that will allow melee fighters to tap into additional layers of tactical strikes. Has Necro been tested in PvP? Yes. So the core still comes from the first game, which been running Necro for many years. So obviously that is a very good core base foundation for us to proceed from. And then we knew where we had some balance issues, or simply where it wasn't fluid or fun enough, or following the wished design. That's where we rebuilt some of those parts. But the majority comes still from the core rules from the first game, which is heavily tested over a few years. And yeah, we tried a lot of the speed things on players, and that heavily gimped the gameplay in a very narrow direction. And we don't want that. We want the optionals for all styles with different tactics without, disabling one big gameplay field due to a few spells. But again, as you can see, they are heavily impacting in different ways still. So yeah, the giveaway is running. So if you just tune in, !Emma2, and I'm gonna run it in just a few minutes. Shows the skill menu. Got some overflow here. Alright, so we have not listed the skill yet. We have made it invisible, because this is also since our patch that we deployed recently. So some things are disabled, visible, like the skill here. So I can't really show you all of it yet, but it's disabled visually. I have the skill, and the skill is working, or I couldn't have cast the spells. So I have a GM give skill to this character. Can you veterinary as a secondary skill not worth 100 skills? So there comes some tweaks to veterinary, and also, as you can see, the trinkets and the veteran system. I've said it many times in the streams that before we judge that you have too few skill points. Now when we're getting the trinkets, and then later on we're getting the veteran system, you're not that short on skill points anymore. You have a few to spare some experimenting whatever you want. So the GM's provided with regions also. Yes, of course. This is a test, so rather than running around and collecting and enabling them over hours, I quickly set everything I need and give me the stuff to be able to start casting instantly. You can heal your ritual pets, but not the walker, the quick summons. So they're quite different, those two. No, can't spawn at 2 black. So there's a few things we don't want to show. Both for a few things effects are not finished, but also when I keep some stuff hidden until players find them and either shows them or you find them yourself. Howdy howdy. Alright, shall we do the giveaway? Explanation mark MO2. The poison hand. Necromancy looks cool, Henrik. Thank you. I'm very eager to get Necromancy in the game, and I know that quite a lot of you guys are also looking forward to that school that will allow you to give mages a lot more options. Badass zombie that pull me, let me pull this little baby. Whoa. Shit, I'm out of spirits. Dame! Dame! Out of spirits. I thought I had hundreds. This is a test build where I can use dev clients to set and give states or anything like that. So wonderful zombies, they look amazing. I can't wait to have my own. Indeed, indeed. No, I can't show the skills because the skills are invisible, because this is also actually the patch you have currently without a few updates on effects and some function in Necromancy. But this is actually live already, believe it or not. But obviously it's disabled, so you can't access it. First you need the skill, the school Necromancy, which unlocks this casting, and then obviously the scrolls. And we made those invisible, so you don't see them currently in the tree. I have it invisible. How are you doing? I'm doing good, Nightmare TV. How are you? Seen you been killing it with some really cool PvP lately. Awesome, awesome. Can mages have tame pets and walkers? The walkers shouldn't engage your normal pets, if I'm not mistaken. The rituals ones eat them. They eat them instantly. So the difference are that these is your mana when you're controlling them. Can you cast while running with fists up? I can. Like so. Come here! Come here! Come here! Boom! Boom! How do you like that? How do you like that? What is the max primary points you can spend in Necro? You can spend 100 points into Necromancy. You have to do the whole Necro dungeon puzzle to get Necromancy skills at all. No, you can progress slowly in Necromancy in other locations as well. But the new location is quite more heavy on Necromancy because it's a location that have been doing a lot of education and experimenting around Necromancy, which you will see. You can sprint forward, fist up, and cast while moving at combat run speed. Yes. But you need your hands free. Welcome, Twisted Tab. What is the best tip for someone who just starts the game? I'm not purchased yet, but I'm hoping to get in soon. So I would say take your time on Haven, which is where you start. That is a safe island where you can get used to the combat system, learn skills, progress your character quite a bit, and learn how to proper parry encounter is a very good thing to learn and master there. And whenever you feel you have covered most of that on Haven in a very safe environment, that's when you can leave and go to Midland. And that's also where obviously the challenge and danger starts at a real level. So that's when you need to be prepared to for any danger, from creatures to obviously players. So do some research is also good. Know what you're stepping into and what starting city you should pick. They differ quite a bit from each other's. So that's a good thing to look up into. And also a lot of people, it's much easier to get into the game if you are open to join a group or guild. There are very often many veterans that are helpful and want to recruit. And when you play with those, it would be a quite more straightforward experience. Everything gets, easier learned when you're joining a squad. So that is very effective. I guess that's some of the good first starter. And yeah, you need to prepare that whenever you leave cities, guards, and security, anything goes, right? So trust no one and don't carry what you don't afford to lose. And remember, all gear is very easily replaceable. So don't get too sad when you lose your gear, because it's gonna happen sooner or later. Just get used to it, and you will be good. Right, let's pull the key, guys. Is the mage tower gonna be that place, Henrik? Wink, wink. And no. Magnus will be a primary immortal. So there will be primary for rituals. There will be primary for, I think, the strength in your walkers, and then obviously primary for necromancy. So depending if you want to cover it all as strong as possible, you can invest in that, or you can skip some part of this. You know, if you don't want to invest in using walkers, if you don't want to invest in using rituals, you can do so. So it's up to you to how deep you want to go into necromancy, or if you just want to tap into some of the spells. Lances will get additional options, Talos, knockdowns, for instance. Boom. So as you can see, the walkers decay if they don't get additional commands, or you know, they go back to the ground. Yeah, I'm gonna draw the loot bags now, guys. Let me start that. Since mute stops taming commands on ritual pets, follow taming commands will stop auto necros as well. So mute will stop specific commands where you are specifically verbal, and it also stops your VoIP. So those are the two things mute stops. So it doesn't stop all the normal commands, which you can also do with ARM, you know, signals, etc. So as you know, we are reworking Beastmaster quite a bit, especially now when more creature is coming into the game. We want to make sure we add a lot of player skills involved when you're using powerful pets. So it's not just click attack and run away. You know, that's not what we're going for this time around. So we want you to engage with your pets, perform proper timed coordination commands. That's when your pet can be utilized. So a lot of player skills involved. If you fail on those things, it will be a penalty on your pet pretty much. And this is also where it gets affected with the mute spell. So you may not tap into some very specific commands that can be, you know, a situation changer. And yes, if you think someone is talking too much crap in the game with VoIP, you can mute him. Pretty funny. All right, the raffle. I'm doing the giveaway now, guys. Let me find. Okay, let's go with this one. And we have the lottery. Yeah, this one. Okay, I'm starting it now, guys. So good luck in this week's round. Here we go. Good luck, guys. Oops. Two. One. And here we go. Good luck. Good luck. Congratulations, Key-Doe. You're the winner of our Mortal Online key copy. Key-Doe. Key-Doe. Congratulations. Send me a little PM and I will send over that copy. K-Dow. Are you here? Send me a DM. GD Shadow. Is Isla Pisca new location? I can't reveal where that new location is. That's part of the starting I'm guessing there aren't going to be zombie, no skeletons, and will we be able to have Death Knight and Undead Horse, or will it be over 100? So yeah, the walkers are these ones you're seeing currently. There may be some additionals in the future, but this is the 3 different types. And the rituals, that's where you can raise specific recipes. All the creatures in the world you can raise again, with a few exceptions. And then you have specific recipes, specific ritual tables that raises very specific creatures, such as the Tupilak, such as the Death Knight, and so on. Don't look forward to Necromancy unless you don't mind paying 100 on sales for 6 months. I don't understand that. So you need to use your brain to tap into Necromancy. A mix of brain, exploration, figuring things out, some threats, fightings, dangers, quite a variety of getting deeper, more efficiently into Necromancy. It's not just go to a boss, find it, and that's it. So yeah, you need to learn things, discover things, invest time into the game. So that's when we're taking a step deeper in that category. Can you incorporate your own face onto the Tupilak somewhere? Not really at this point. The fish got away. Tell us more about this. Pretty much says what it is in that text. The fish got away. K-DAO. You need to respond to me so I can give you the key. I think we need a massive statue of Henrik in Faberum or Tinrum. I think so, Turgo. Can raise creatures that don't have carcass drops. No, you need a carcass for the ritual table. That's how it read what you're trying to create. You can build with additional carcass type that affects stats, etc. But the main slot for what you're trying to raise again, you need a full amount of carcass to build that similar mass size. A miniature can be raised, yes. Even a troll can be raised, and it looks badass. Obviously, it's brain dead and is more fragile, but you can still do it. You can even put a bear or a troll into a pig or wolf to boost it with some of its strength. Minotaur trolls can't even be dominated yet. Right. We're working on those issues as well, along with the beast mastery. And that's, where you utilize those strong, powerful creatures. They rely heavily on beast mastery player skills rather than just having a very strong attack automatically. So I hope that makes sense balance-wise. So those kind of goes hand in hand. Some kind of man bear pig. Even trolls can be raised, indeed. It's gonna look cool. It's gonna look cool.
Ogmir the Supreme.
Ogmir the Supreme. Quennicott. Yeah, legendary armors comes along with the next patch as well.
Alvarin the Supreme.
Alvarin the Supreme. Armor level coming from mages. So there are coming more clothing gear, light gear, armors, and then obviously down the road we also somewhere have enchantments, which obviously gives additional effects, and many of them may be more effective on specific materials and light materials such as clothes. So there will be more options down the road. I don't have the time frame currently for that. You can eventually get all trinkets from fishing. So as I mentioned, I would say from tier 3 and up, you know, this heavy step towards rarities in drops, and that's by intention. It's gonna take time before you see more and more of those in the world. And yeah, you can find them in different ways, from mobs to strong mobs to chests, from fishing and other such things, but they are rare. But I'm sure that within a month or so you're gonna see how that looks. You're supposed to be able to get rings from fishing, or only amulets. There are chances to get rings, yes, and like I said, different tiers. Debating rerolling a Thursday Necromage just for the loots. I mean, it still works, right? I'm running on a Kala right now. It may not be the optimal for a heavy Necro, man, but you know, I can tap into a few different things. Again, especially now with Trinkets, as you have seen some of them already. You haven't seen the top tier yet, but they will give you options for sure. Yeah, the question is also, like I said, locations and all those different options that is required to pull the different fishes or trinkets. I don't know how much have been experimented yet. We have seen the awareness of how you quite constantly can find amulets, that's for sure. Question is if we have the picture of more than that yet. And like I said, there are still more areas where different trinkets are being deployed as well over time. Like I said, we want to make sure that we don't flood the world or market in a bad way. It's a big part of the game with trinkets and other such components to give the players as different options. Hey, brother, I hope you're doing well. I am, thank you, Marty Man. Young man looks amazing. I have a friend that will be all in for this. I am building a thief. Any good news for me? No real updates still when it comes to thievery. As I mentioned, we need to focus a lot on some of the core component that has issues, bugs. Obviously, that is a big annoyance for both veterans and new players if you're losing items in houses, and it's annoying to have to go through that. The GMs have to work a lot on that. The invisible weapons, the ghost bug, AI pathing. Those are some of the big ones that affect pretty much everyone sooner or later over time. So we want to make sure that we cover them and have those fixed before we can get back in a greater force again in additional content. So we're very careful now moving forward before we have control over those areas. Or Trinket prepatch being changed. They will be updated to the correct tier, yes. I can't wait to see Necromancy being added into the group fights. It's gonna be awesome to see how you guys utilize those different spells. It's gonna be really cool. Gonna start seeing a lot of magic for sure. Yeah, I have one problem. I'm running out of spirits. Let me see if I have someone available that could give me some spirits. And I can just go through them quickly again. All magic trinkets values will be reduced. No. So rather than reducing them, we are updating the tier that is not correct. So all trinkets have a value which determines the tier. And some of those early low tiers have a value of a higher trinket tier, but they're displaying the low tier value, the low tier. So we're updating the tier accordingly to its cost. Does that make sense? So rather than nerfing your trinkets stats to what the display name is, as in the your client is displaying the tier, we're updating the tier to display correct to the value. Show some neck PvP, my dude. I wish. It's very late in Sweden. I think most of the team is asleep now. But I'm gonna see. Do I have anyone awake? Maybe not. Yeah, I think, I covered all spells so far. I can still summon some walkers. This is lovely. Look at this. Look at this baby now. Look at him. I just love this starting of raising a walker. Hello! Hello! And I can... No, I need spirits to take control over him. I need spirits on a lot of spells, as you can see. I can do... No, I can't. I need to take control to do that. Yeah. As you can see, it's quite heavily tied to the spells. I can do a little cloud. Come on, man. And smoke. So this is the blind cloud that fills your lungs with ashes. So you get a little ticks of damage. And then this is the poison that is more effective on ticking damage when you're standing in that. You want to stay out of them. You want to stay out of them. And you can cast blind on a player, which I give you this. Makes it a little bit dangerous to look, obviously. Harder to look, but you can see a little bit. Proof Henrik doesn't read chat. Alright, Rasmus. Shows how much he reads the chat, lol. I'm trying, guys, I'm trying. Shit, am I? Alright. Now I got the overview. Sorry, guys. I was casting blind, you know? You're blind. Here's blind. So as you can see, you can still see if you're finding those dots, but it can be difficult. It can be dangerous. Perfect. And let me cast those clouds again. Boom! Step into this. Fill your lung with a little dust, a little tick of damage, and you get quite blinded. And we have this dangerous poison cloud that is quite more effective on damage, as you can see. You don't want to stand in here. Blinded is chat, indeed, indeed. So, yeah. Chaboom. They said most creatures will be summonable ritually. What won't? So there may be some specific bosses that may not allow you to do so, or they may, but there could be some cases. So I just want to put that tag on it. Let me see your spirit boxes again, please. This is the Grand Dev Spirit Box. The summons were actual armor such as steel armor, or just a question. It does add defense. So when we create everything now, it's a very cool system that follows the same as the player characters. So we can choose to place plate armor on the walker's left arm, and it actually absorbs the damage on that left arm. So when you see I'm raising the strong warrior walker, it has some armor on all body parts, which means he's reducing the damage. Go to the graveyard and stomp noobs with Necro, please. Not on a live server. That will be quite revealing, right? Ah, great. Key-DAO. I see now. I'm gonna send you the key. One moment. I thought I lost you there. Congratulations again. There you go. Kiss someone in a live server with that spell. That wouldn't be very fair, would it? So confirm everything about but bosses. That's insane, dude. Huge props. Yeah, so we rebuilt all the creatures to be a zombified version, which is the one you raise again. So he obviously looks dead and damaged. And that also means we are obviously tweaking those stats to represent a damaged creature. But yeah, it's really cool because you can raise anything like your horse, a troll, like I said, minotaur, or a bear, or whatever creature you have the carcass for. Are you going to remain as the CEO? I think so, yes. There's really no... I mean, there's tasks that comes with being the CEO that obviously requires my attention, that takes away from my focus on development. So I'm trying to expand a little bit in that area as well, just as we're doing in certain areas in the development, to again increase efficiency and expand the company in a good way. So we are here for the long run and showing a more efficiency, stability, growing in the long run as well. Those metal bars, ABAM or ABAM or however you pronounce that. Aaron. Can you explore or control auto necromancer summons? So for you to do any commands on these walkers, you had to first take control of them. There's two ways of taking control. So there's the control on dead, which is you take the permanent control as long as no one else take it from you. And then we have the command on dead, which allows you to tell it to attack someone or follow you. And you can cast this on on any summoned necromancer's pet. So if you are a stronger necromancer, your mind is stronger, you will take control over his pets, his walker. So yeah, there can be a necro fight over the walkers for sure. So you could steal his pet and explode him, or steal his pet and sacrifice it or whatever. So it's some cool options for sure. And that's also new for Necromancy this time around. But if the both Necromancers are the same level, we're also looking at the mind. So that gives an additional value to compare with your targets. There will be a calculation for it, not just one value. Is that an Alchemy Codex? This is the dev spellbook, so I don't have to build it. Makes it quite more efficient when testing, right? Can you sacrifice and blow up other people's zombies? Yes, you can steal them and then blow them up. Or, yeah, sacrifice them to heal you. Undead have the same animation of crawling out of the ground when spawning from now on. When you summon them with Necromancer, they will crawl out like that, yes. And this obviously also gives us the option to do special events and things in the world where that is also suitable. Obviously, when you may visit the Necromancers, the Necromancy new areas, there could be stuff like that as well. Was there a spell to leech health? How much does it heal you for? Yes. It's the Death Hand. It does quite a good amount of damage. It's short range though. But again, you can cast and run at the same time. And it heals you also when damaging. Fortunately, it does cost spirits, but let me see if I... Let me see if I can get some spirits. No. Alvarin is not the only viable class. Only a noob would say so. Only a noob. But it's the usual. I think we all got used to that complaint and odd statement and whatever makes someone happy. I don't know. It's crazy. Some Springbok gonna be crazy, indeed. Let me see. What is these, guys? What is these? Ooh. We got some new spirits. That pop some walkers. Can you show us a summon? Yes. Here we have some summons. Let me show you. This is a strong one, more tanky one, a weak normal one when you start progressing, a strong tanky one, and then we have a agile quickie one. Yeah, those dev spirit boxes is nice. Okay, so let's take control over this baby. Yeah, I can make them attack the pig. I mean, the pig flees quite fast. Maybe I can cast this to not let them run around, and then we have this to engage. See? The pig can't really flee now. Or it can, a little bit. So my walkers isn't super fast. As you can see, this one is a little faster than the tank one, but this is also the balance round that we're on currently to see what is suitable, what kind of speed, range, mana cost, and obviously also damages. Yeah, maybe I should give us something that doesn't leave. I mean, I can let me do this. Voice over are affected by something. Yeah, there will be a skill involved that also makes the costs being different for them. Like I said, the balance round isn't finalized, so you can expect the ranges, costs, and such change these last rounds of testing and tweaking. Yeah, they're a little slower. The one that is supposed to be faster is just a little bit faster right now, so there will be tweaks for sure. Yeah, I can also take control over the walkers on the graveyard. But let me summon some, and I can let me do this and this and this. Oops. Here we got some babies. Let me get some mana. We can take this one under control. And we can tell him to attack this one. And let's take this one as well. And then we can explode them. If you haven't seen that, this is how that looks. Boom! Boom! And if I'm hurt, I can always do this. Chicka boom! Look at this blood. Oh my god! Come here to Papa! That's it! And I'm healed. That's how you do it. That's how you do it. Alright? Alright? We can have... So, I can use this tanky walker. Look at this. Look at this link from him to me. That means I'm now linked to him. So, if something is hitting me, this pet is also taking some of that damage from me. So, that is really cool. Really cool. Act bound, as you can see. You connect to the pet, and part of damage you take will be taken by the pet instead. So yeah, as you can see now, I don't have the skill that reduces the cost of my minions. So this, that is quite a bit more tanky, costs quite a lot of mana, as you can see here. It drains quite fast. So taking some blood from him. Begone! Did you hear that? That's how you do it. You can put the pack bound on any of your pets. That is either ritual pet or walker. Does Necromancy actually do play solo? Yes. Which will each spell be locked behind some hard boss or something? No. You will also have a brain boss. And what I mean with that is that you guys have to really use your brain to get past or reach different type of knowledges that will reward you with Necromancy. Wow, new sound effects as well. Do you mean my sound effect or in the game? And this is one of my favorite one. Look at this baby. Look at this baby. Shikaboom! Shikaboom! And look at my precast animation. There's a small indication that tells me what spell I'm casting. So if you look carefully here, you see a miniature of the real spell effect in my hand. Look now, in my hand. You see? There's a spiral, black spiral, and this is the spiral. Pretty cool, right? So if we take this one here, you see, no, that wasn't what I was, maybe this one. I haven't got used to the actual icons yet. Yeah, look at the hand effects. It displays this one as well in a miniature. So you can see in the hand what kind of spell he's casting as well. John, what did I miss? You missed everything, man. You missed everything. Just cast all necromancy spells, pretty much, except mute. That's the only one I don't have here. What do we have more? We have Death Hand, close range. Boom. Suck the blood out of him like a vampire. Even though you're a necromancer. And then, if you can't reach that loot bag, why not cast this spell? Boom! And we pull it towards us. And now I can safely access it. Bam. Just like that. Just like that. Just like that. So yeah, it's gonna be a beauty. It's gonna be a beauty. Poof. Look at this effect. Amazing. Amazing. Love it. Love it. Right in the sun. Holy shit. Holy shit. This is a fun school, guys. I've had a lot of fun playing around with it already, even though I'm not fighting anyone or doing anything hard. Yes, as you can see here, I'm sprinting at the same time as I'm casting. Very cool. Very cool. I'm even summoning a freaking walker while I'm running. Like this. Cast the wrong spell. Running, and I'm summoning a freaking walker behind me. I'm trying to avoid that bandit while he comes up, and then finally I can take control of him. Come here, baby! Here we go. You see? You see? Let me take some health from you, my friend. No, sorry. Like this. Give me that! Give me that. You see? So, that's how you do it. Oh no, no mana. You attack him. Oh, oh. Whoop, whoop. Come here. Calm down. That's how you take control of them. Yeah, there will always be some toxic, crazy people, you know. There's no going around that when you're trying to do something unique. And I get so freaking pissed when we do something unique that some people just love and are looking forward to. some people can't stand it. They have to shit on it. They have to scream like a lonely kid that can't get that lollipop or that candy that he or she so badly wants. And they have to make it so clear. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? That's how it is. That's how it is. Let's take his life and heal me with him. Boom. Down to me. Zip. Was I healed? There may be some tweaks on heals. Yes, it's tiring. It can be tiring, you know, when especially when someone spend even the same amount of effort in doing that as a fan of the game or someone that's really passionate about the game. That's what's hard to understand, you know. Should be, right? If you don't like it and think it's bad and stupid, you would think that you wouldn't spend that much time and energy into something you don't like, right? That's how I go through life. But it's surprisingly how different we all are, and I guess it's good also. Yeah, let's try to take some life from this one. I have 96, 128. I got some juice from this one. Boom. Crazy guy was killing guild members, AFK in town, so I had to kick him from the guild. Yeah, so I'm sorry that you also had to get that crap. And we showed that crap attitude in here as well, right? All we can do is remove them and continue, right? Just as anything else. Mouse with force feedback, that would be cool. That would be cool. Who won the mode 2? K-Dow won the Mortal Cup. But the PP games always draw out roaches. It does help pulling out additionally. I agree. True, 3K plus hours on me. Holy cow. My wife don't like your game, Henrik. You have to tell her I'm sorry, but you know, it's a good game. It's a good game. It's all worth it, and tell her to join in sometime and show her one area that may find her catch her interest. You never know. You never know. Game is gonna be game. Hello, I'm hyped. This necro juice is looking tidy. These poor zombies are all getting sucked up. Indeed, Robbie, indeed. This comes out on the end of August, right? No, not really. It will come out when it's ready. We're not gonna set any dates. Because if we find issues, we don't want to feel forced to release it half working or stressed to death. So I think now it's important that we release what the hell? Okay, I got additional. That we release stable, safe content moving forward. We got a lot of juice, guys. A lot of juice. A lot of juice. Boom. 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 So yeah, it's a game changer. Just to be able to run around and cast at the same time is juice. It's juice. You know? Juice. So Henrik, let's see you around Meduli. Take your time with the big patches. Thank you, Sarux. Can you spend dreams between a level 1, 2, and 3 ritual table? So juice parcel arrived. So there's gonna be 3 different types of rituals tables, and there will be different types of ritual tables. And the 3 different types are one that you can place and construct here out in the wild, just like a portable, and it looks in a certain way. And it's also the weakest, cheapest, fastest. Then you have one more sturdy, persistent, that you can construct and place in your house, stronghold or keep. And then there are also a third one, which could be found in certain locations in the world that some ancient humanoids may have constructed and built, and it's there for you to use if you like. And you can find some differences on them. Notice that spell has no mercy. Yeah, so we also get a function along with Necromancy, which is slash, or what I say, a gib creature effect, which means you will be able to slaughter through, just like in Path of Exile or any hack and slash support, to feel that power and might just crushing through, limbs, blood flying, crushing, and bam, you gone through them all. If that makes any sense. So similar to extraction tools, a little bit, but with some small modifications. Shenarians, you never know who. You're a team are making history. I'm glad to hear it. I hope that you will enjoy the hard work we put into this. We're doing everything we can in the team to deliver a unique, exciting MMO game like nothing else. Henrik, you plan to making copper and silver trinkets useful again? What about gold trinket drop rates? Like I said, those first tiers are common. You will find many of them, and it is supposed to be candy for new players. They're cheap to recharge, and it's a stepping entrance. You know, the first step into trinket farming, trading, using. And then obviously we go up in tier where it becomes more difficult to find, more rare, and also more costful when recharging, etc. So they're supposed to go in a curve that it goes from quite common to more and more rare. No, so my pets in Necromancy is not illegal in town. Guards will react. Point of interest will have different types of spawns. So you may find something, could be something very rare, useful. And it can also be quite often obviously something that is lower end. But there can be something of great value. Let's range of stats on copper trinkets like 1 to 10. It is around those numbers, around the 10 peak. Yes, and then it goes up per tier pretty much. So you can imagine what tier you may have based on those numbers. And those will be updated accordingly. Yeah, we will update the roadmap, and like I said, we're not going to put any dates on them. We're just going to say this is the content patch X, and it's next in line, and then you see what's coming after that and so on, rather than try to set exact dates. Because like I said, from now on, it's very important that we get into a very solid system where things are under control, stable and polished, and doesn't add annoyances or issues when we deploy them. Happens with the day 1 OP copper from Trinkets. They will be updated to the accordingly tier. So they will display the correct tier based on those stats it has. So you actually have a higher tier than what you're looking at. You can see giving Corites more attribute points, as right now they're all these used claim game. Yeah, so the thing with Corites was that they had a very high cap value in the most powerful stats. There's a cost behind the different stats based on their power and use. And they had a highest cap. That's why they were number 1, almost always number 1 option in the first game. And that is still being followed. But as you know, we have tweaked speed and some things, which means the value have changed a little bit. So I do think there could be some room for tweaks, yes. But in overall, also the human clay does get more of the stat bonuses than any other in general. That is, you know, you can choose from anything pretty much. But it could be that there are some minor tweaks required. Crypto identity from at day 1. I mean, you can still find them and catch them in the same way. Just that they will display the right tier. Can you meet people in town, or is this a criminal action? I'm seeing shadows, guys. Good question if it's an offensive spell or not, actually. I have to get back on that one, if it's offensive. Because it could also be a quite useful spell if someone is very annoying in the town. You have the tools to silence him, which is pretty cool. But it maybe is offensive, right? I mean, you're disabling specific Beastmaster commands, and you prevent him from VoIPing. Can you show us how to raise a cougar or something like that? No, sorry, Mecha. So that is ritual. I don't have ritual on the display today. And we're not really planning to show everything when it comes to the third category of Necromancy, which is a new system, and that is the ritual part. So I'm not sure if we're going to show anything until we release it, and it's up to the players to go at it. But yeah, in general, rituals is the crafting system for creating your pets. And those are persistent, powerful pets based on your knowledge and components, resources. You can raise anything dead by using the carcass of this creature, such as a troll. You can kill a troll, use those carcasses to raise a new troll. And then there are special rituals that allows you to create a tupilax or other very specific pets. Will the guards attack you as well as the raised dead or just walkers? I'm not 100% sure there yet, actually. That is part of the balancing rounds that we're stepping into right now. We're gonna tweak all the ranges, mana use, cost, make sure we are on a good level there. And then there's a few things, such as what is legal to cast in town and whatnot. Pets. The necropets is illegal in town. But yeah, what happens if you forget about it and wander straight in? As the owner, you may be committing a crime. So this is supposed to be obviously outside of the cities. Necromancy is a little bit evil and banned from the cities. And that's when your own house or village comes into play, where you can allow that on your own. Consider giving different types of sight depending on your helmet, head armor, etc. We actually tried that a little bit in the first game, and we decided not to do it. Could be done still in a cool way, but It took quite a lot of time to make that look very good and play well, so we decided to put that on hold. We had like a dim shadow at one time and didn't really turn out that well at that point in time, so we have to see down the line. It's nothing we really high prioritize at this point. Let's do some crazy stuff, guys. Boogity boom boom. And one of my favorites. Boom! Holy shit. So the range on that explosion may also be tweaked, as you can see. So those are the balancing parts that we are going through. Come here, baby! Come here. Thank you very much for answering my answers and for the attention you have given us, community members. Thanks again, and please persist in your vision and your love for this game. Your passion and its results are phenomenal. Keep it up, everyone that's over Star Wars. Thank you very much, Rush Non. It means a lot to me in a team. I can tell you that. It's extreme challenge, as you know, and you have seen a lot of the chaos we've gone through to get to this point, and it's still going to remain a huge challenge, no doubts. There's a lot of things for us to go through, especially when it comes to the polishing focus now, and also to get into a secured working environment with the new devs and just making sure we have everything in control when we deploy new patches, so you can see that progression as well and rely on safe content being delivered. So yeah, we're doing everything we can to deliver that. Can you see your character right now? Yeah, this is a Callard. Just I'm testing around with, so not the optimal mage build, as you can see. Quite low on intelligence side, so I don't have too much stamina to play around with. But this is the character I had, and yeah, I made it happen. Still works. And yeah, which spell is your favorite, guys, so far? I love this one a lot. Boom! Sound and effect is really cool, I think. Oops, what the hell did I cast? Boom! Really cool. I hit the sun. Death Hand. I can't wait to suck people. Blind Cloud. My favorite is the smoke bomb. It is cool. It is cool. Let me do the juice. Do the juice. Darkness! We have darkness! Darkness. It is cool. Look at this. Look at this. Badass cloud. Really cool. And as you can see, it kills your sight very quickly when you step into it. Yeah, I agree. It's really cool. And of course, we have blindness. I think this is a really cool effect as well. I mean, you can still barely navigate through it, but can be devastating. Blind Cloud for sure. Yeah, so right now you need a target for the clouds. And like I mentioned, it was the same thing in the first game, but there is function that we get from elementalism that we may want to deploy this time around on those cloud spells, which allows you to place them anywhere and get the right results. Which means you can place that cloud up in the air, you know, or on a cliff side or up in a tower building. So yeah, I agree. I think that's the natural step for us to take this time around. And like I said, we cover, like, I would say almost like 90% of all base functions when we also enable elementalism. So I think that it gives us a very strong reason to go elementalism next. So we can go straight to that component and give that to some of these spells for necromancy. And you have complete freedom to place those towers, which gives you a little bit more freedom and tactics. So I think that is good. Any updates on Unreal 5? No news really, other than that, you know, it's progressing. We have a certain area, I think I mentioned it before. The main concern here for us, or the main focus, is performance utilizing the new lightning effects. They have a new type of lightning system, which is one of the key points to make it look insane, you know, next generation. The downside with that is that it eats a lot of performance. You know, you can toggle it and showcase some insane stuff, but it doesn't mean it's running at a good performance. And like, you know, we're all about large scales and large scale battles. We don't want to run around with 10 FPS and 20 players on the screen. We want to make sure that performance is solid. So that is one of the question marks still. Are we able to utilize lumens, for instance, which is the lightning system in Unreal 5? It's still too early to say what we can do with that. But then there are other areas that will highly benefit from level streaming system, the nanites. So in general, it's going to be a good step forward that helps the game also. Openify helps with global illumination even in broad daylight. An area in the shadows is way too dark. Realistically, there would be much more diffuse lights than we currently see. Yeah, that's one of the challenge in Unreal 4 with the lighting system we set up now. Depending on, we're also using a system that mimics the eye adaptation when you're like in bright light or dark light, where the eyes adapt to brightness or darkness. I can display that a little bit now, perhaps here in the shadow. So if I'm fully focusing on shadows, things brights up. Look here, I don't know if you can see it very clearly, but if I quickly then look out here, it's a little too bright and then adapts over a second or so. You can see it better in more darker area, but there's a small difference. And yeah, we spent quite a lot of time in trying to get the shadows to feel contrasty and interesting, and still have the ability to have a full sunny bright day. So obviously we can utilize lumens and such in Unreal 5. That would be awesome. But like I said, if that means we're running in 25-30 FPS as a base with one character on the screen, which all demos are today almost, I'm not sure how that would perform gameplay wise. And we always try to prioritize performance over that additional amazing graphics. I mean, Mortal 9 is already rated as one of the most beautiful MMO currently on the market, so it's not that the game is not looking great, I think. But yeah, it can get that next level of insane visuals with the help of Unreal 5 Lightning, and also utilizing nanites to give a whole new level of details, which is awesome. Performance is king. That is correct, and I think the majority agrees to that as well. I mean, it's always cool. Wow, it looks amazing, and even today, you know, people take amazing screenshots and post them, and I can sometimes think, "Holy shit, what game is that?" And then after a few seconds, it's Mortal Online. It looks amazing. So there's no denying that, but that's great, right? But when you're playing around and the game becomes the focus, the gameplay and the features, then we want a solid frame rate, right? So yeah. The stock will follow our progression. I mean, right now it's quite understandable that we're standing still at a low valued share, which is obviously a very good opportunity to get shares if someone is interested. I'm doing that myself, looking into getting a additional part in Mortal Star Vault. Obviously, I believe strongly in this project, and we have seen indication that there's no limitation on how far we can go and how big this game can be, since pretty much the stress tests. Now we need to fix those areas of issues and then proceed forward from there. So over time, I have no doubt that the game will speak for itself if we do our job well and deliver. And when that progression shows, then also the stock will follow. If you listen to me, your company will be worth a lot. If you don't, the game will die in 2 to 3 months. I mean, that sentence alone sounds both creepy and, I have to say, a little bit crazy. And if you don't feel that yourself, then I think you are a genius at making NASA components. I have no doubt in that. But I think you're missing a big important point, which you can't see, and that's fine. You know, we're all good at our own different things. But you know, I've said many times, thank you for your feedback and your wise suggestions. And you know, feel free to try the game whenever you want. But we won't listen to you to make our big decisions and work that we have planned and work on for over 15 years. And you have played the game for what, 1 month, 2 months? A few hours here and there, and haven't really understood the game mechanics at the depth and are very new to most of the things. Does that make sense? Maybe it doesn't, but it should. Why don't you ban him? That's an option, always an easy, quick option. But you know, if you're trying to be civil and adult, I don't want to ban people, but you know, arrogance, indeed. It's a little arrogant to say that. That's what I mean. If you don't feel that what you just wrote is out of order. But as you can see, we don't ignore anyone that tries to be adult and civil in trying to give proper feedback and have conversation. We are always open to that. But it can be difficult at some time depending on how you communicate and what kind of things you let out there. Thumberry the Bard, no a Necromancer. That's gonna be interesting. The tales and the songs. You've been ignoring my message all the stream. I think it's quite a civil question. We lost items due to a bug, which you didn't advise us about. Yeah, sorry about me not covering all the questions. And quite often when I don't, it's also because when it's a support question. So anything related to in-game issues, I highly suggest to contact the support. The GMs and staff and support team will always look into what can be done and respond and take care of that. And I don't even cover all those options and tools that they have. It's a team that is growing and expanding, and I can't be everywhere and I can't know everything. So sorry for that. But I always suggest that includes when people are sending DMs to me. You know, I'm not trying to be rude, ignoring. It's more that I can't possibly cover everything. I have already a little bit too much on my plate. So I always highly suggest that if anything game related or any serious issues, always try to contact the support team, and they will be doing their best in trying to handle or respond to that. So you also have Lead GM Discord. You have Robmo on the Discord that you can reach out as well for these types of questions. Will we find necro scrolls around on camp dungeons? Yes, there will be many of the scrolls will be found on various locations and dungeons. Also, where you can find humanoids being able to cast magic. You may see new mage spellcasters that also use necromancy spells, and they may also drop some of the scrolls. And then you have the new location, as we mentioned before, that is a huge new location that is more in depth, focused on a lot of necromancy. Can we see some spells cast at attacking spells, or are we not there just yet? See some spells cast at attacking spells. So we have two main damage spells. One is a short range Death Hand. It does good damage, as you can see, and it also steals around half of that damage to your hit points. So it's actually healing you. So that is a very effective spell. And then obviously we have this is a very cool spell that I'm casting now. So this is a very good spell. Imagine if this is a tunnel between these rocks, and it's a long tunnel, and like 5 or more people are running in this tunnel to strike you. If you shoot this spell in this tunnel like this, bam, you can see everyone in this line will be damaged. So almost like a area of effect damage spell, as long as they are in that effect of line. So those are like two main component damage spells. This one have decent range and width and can affect multiple characters, like I said. So you don't have multiple damage attacks in many other spells currently, so you get that now as well. Have you shown disease? Yes. So we have renamed some of the spells that didn't get the correct spells names in the first game. So these are the new names that are the correct names. Miasma, it's the smoke, poison smoke, that does decent damage as long as you stand it. Cloud of Ashes, the one that blinds you and also do a small tick damage that can interrupt. Death Hand, the short range that steals life. Atrophy, that reduces the stamina regeneration of a player, but also reduces the creature's speed. So it's a very important spell for counter fast pets, for instance. Benumbed Mind, it breaks concentration, reduces the mana regeneration of a player, and it also blocks creatures and pets from casting magic, which is a very powerful counter as well on some pets that cast spells. Packbound, to tie your pets to you so you share damage with them. So as a necromancer you can take less damage when you have this shield up on your pets, pretty much, or link. Blind, you know about that. Mental Leech, you steal mana from another player. sacrifice a heal, you explode your pet. You've seen that, and you have seen our church, also a new name. The one I just showed you when you're shooting the rail spiral. Crawling hands pull the loot, and the sacrificial eruption is when you explode your minions. And then we have one final one that is not in my book currently, and that is the mute spell. So those are the names as well. And yeah, Rise Walker, Greater Walker, and Strong Walker. And then we have rituals, as I mentioned, which we're not going through here. Yeah, I understand that you may come to me if you get different feedback from GMs, and obviously that is also on us in the lead to make sure that all support staff members, GMs, are following a correct system and structure to help everyone in the same way. That is also expanding. We're getting additional support agents, GMs, educating them, teaching them the different steps, and making sure that that is also working correctly. So obviously, no one should have to DM the CEO of the company when it comes to game-related questions or technical issues. That is something we need to make sure we cover 100% as well, because I simply can't cover all those things. We do have regular meetings with the staff where they bring up new questions, because this is also a game that constantly evolve new mechanics, and along with that always new challenges or situation occurs, which obviously means they don't want to make a mistake, and they have to gather that information, bring it up with us devs to see how can we fix this, or what is the stance on it, and how do we proceed from there to make sure that the players get the same treatment at all time. So again, that is also a huge challenge. It's very complex and it constantly evolves, which makes it, like I said, a challenge. So, but we're working on that as well to make sure that you shouldn't obviously feel that you need to reach out to me. Then we have failed in that category. And we are focusing on making sure that will work as well. We will be able to charge trinkets outside cities. So along with TC, a lot of function is going to come. Everything won't come on day one. It's going to be broken up in several parts because it's an endless amount of options, tools, suggestions that you also want that makes sense and fits. Again, that is also why we always have a reason to engage with the community. You know, we have players that have been here since, you know, many years and know what this is all about and have great inputs and feedback. Also new players, as long as they know what the red line and intention is behind the game, that is a good requirement. Kelly too strong with yawn. Always cool. Nice job on Necro, looks cool. Thank you, Henrik. I hope you will enjoy it just as much as I have playing around with it. It's really fun, and it feels so different from all the other schools because of, you know, I can do this, sprint and cast. Boom! So there's some tweaks to be done. Red line apparently wasn't full loot, because that's now off the table. You don't understand what I mean with the trinkets. There's a long debate around the trinkets, so no, it's still a red line. The game has full loot on all the components that is your normal gear. Trinkets are bound to your soul in charges and a magical bound. And like I said, we invested so much time in a trinket. Yeah, I've gone through over this so many times. You already know it. I've been repeating myself a bit too much. But again, I guess it doesn't work. Why am I trying for the 29th time? Anyway, it's been a huge success, just as it was in the first game. Everyone is loving the trinkets except one person. I don't want to name who, but everyone have been loving it. My DM have never been as busy as these last days about great feedback, loving the trinkets. Even those that are hesitating and said, trinkets, it isn't exciting. I'm not interested at all. Even those players have said, shit, I really love it because it brings so much more than I would have thought. So, you know, huge success. Everyone is happy except one person, and that's fine. We can't make them all happy. Trinkets are amazing, customization and chase system form game. Indeed, indeed. I look at statics. Yeah, and the statics says 99.9% loves it and 0.01 doesn't loves it. I wonder who stands for that 0.0 statistics. You can guess, Crimson. I won't say any names, but you can guess, and everyone can guess. But you see, I'm all about the statistics. That's telling the facts. You're 100% correct on this one. I fully agree on this one. And that's one of the few I fully agree on. So yes, the facts doesn't care about your feelings. Correct, correct. Trinkets are dope. I hope there is legendary ones with crazy stats. There are. So it's really cool because, again, one of the change from the first game, you can find a different tiers, right? And the tiers becomes more and more rare. And then you have the gem on top of that that is also more and more rare. So when you find that first perfect one, you're going to see what I'm talking about. It's a really cool thing. It's Farmer Joe. Farmer Joe loves it. He loves it. He really loves it. And he also enjoyed building it and refining it. How much skills need to cast that pet slowing spell? So currently, as I said, there could be tweaks, but skill range pretty high, as you can see. Again, we're trying to base how high impact it is, how much you have to, you know, how deep you need to go into some of those to have that kind of effects. An impediment to run speed during Necromancy spell casting? No. Quick summons. I can. So this is the first summon you will be able to learn. Come here. Come here. And then you will learn to do maybe this one. So more of a ranger walker. And then we have this one, a little bit more tanky and a big one. Look at this beauty. Where are you? There you are. Look at this little baby. Obviously a fallen warrior. So a lot more defense on this one. And then we take control of him. Let's take. Okay. Which wait. Thank you, thank you. So now this one is under my control, and I can tell him to attack. This one. Bam. And there he goes. And I can take control over him. And then I can sacrifice him, like so, to take that blood into me. So, pretty cool, pretty cool. And I can tell him to sacrifice himself like this. Boom! And we're tweaking the range of those explosions and the damage, as you can see. I think he should have died in that case. And now I'm stealing his life. Like so. The blood goes to me like a vampire. That looked epic indeed. I really like this these effects. So, as I said, if you need a way to heal, you have a few options, right? Steal life, or you can sacrifice them instantly like this. Look at this effect, I love it. Boom, explodes the blood out in the universe, and then suck it to me like this. Amazing, I love it. I think the VFX artist done a really good job here, giving us some really cool stuff. Really cool. And we have the wide long range skill. Zikaboom! So freaking cool. Look at those effects, those dusty particles. How do you love them? How do you like them? Boom! Look at this, how beautiful. How beautiful. How beautiful. Very cool, eh? I know I don't like to give dates, but when can we expect Necro to go live? Yeah. We don't have much left on Necro. We have balancing numbers, as I mentioned. We have a few things in rituals left as well, and also making sure we go through that in depth, so it's stable and as balanced as possible can. And then we have a few other things overall on the patch that we need to cover a little bit more. But yeah, I can't really give an estimate at this point, and like I said, I try to avoid that. But it shouldn't be too far away. We are, you know, the majority of things are pretty finished, but it comes down to polish and refinement now, and I can't really say exactly where we stand right now. We need a few more days until we a better view of that, and even though we get a good view of that, I don't dare to say a date, because again, if something annoying gets found in the last minute, we want to have that covered as well before we release it. So I think it's best to say that, you know, we're getting closer and closer for sure, and we will deliver it when we feel confident that we have done everything we can and have it fully covered. We'll see a preview of the summons next week. So these are all the summons I showed you. Like I said, these are called summoned, and then we have the spell casting, and the third is the rituals. So I guess you are referring to the rituals. And like I said, I'm not sure if we want to show everything, because rituals is also one of the things that we're full rebuilding from the first game, and we want the players to find the excitement and joy that I want to know more about this, I want to find it, I want to be the first, and I want to either show it to others that I found this and that, and you know, show some cool stuff, or keep it as a secret. So we showed some of the screenshots of the two blacks and such. I think we also showed one of the ritual tables, but how to find, obtain, and exactly how it works, I'm not sure 100% yet if we want to show all of that. We will see. Yeah, I know that many of you guys likes that mystery of exploration and reward of exploration, And that's always also been a huge part of Mortal Online. So we always try to keep something of that. Obviously, we need to make sure that this is in the game and it's working and these components are there. And then obviously it's up to the players to explore around it. Now this game, I think, is get better and better. Happy to hear it. Very happy to hear it. And I can speak for the team as well. Too many game studios mess up their game because people demand patches as soon as possible. It is a challenge because obviously we are as eager as you to do the updates, show content and features and deliver them because, you know, that makes the game greater, more fun and more options. But yes, at the same time, if those are rushed and they are half finished or too many bugs or issues, then obviously that will just be more of an annoyance. So even though we would love to crank them out quickly, I think we all prefer to get them as polished as we can, at least. One of the rituals involves taming a baby Ural, then walking it 5,000 meters for sacrifice. Indeed. Why ignoring me, Henrik? How many accounts do I need to buy so you can read my comments? I don't ignore anyone, Zoomeister. As I said before, I may miss some messages, and depending on what the question is, I may have responded to it already, or it's more of a support question. But I'm doing my best. Why didn't I consult with a active player base before moving away from full loot? This is really disturbing. We already done it, Crimson, and for the 29th or 30th time, we have consulted and looked on the feedback based on running the Trinkets for many years. You're so new, you've never seen in Trinkets, you know nothing about it, but you demand these big things based on statistics that is completely against you. Yeah. I'm going to add Trinket Identifier to Haven. Maybe we need one, because there are a small chance to drop the noobiest trinkets to show some of that for noobs. So yeah, I think so if it's not there. Henrik, stay positive, bro. Love you. I'm positive, and there's nothing that can bring me down. Obviously, people can step out of boundaries and be rude and stupid, but that's all part of everything. I can also be stupid at sometimes. We all can, right? But I try to be consistent and explain what's going on, and you know, simple math. If Trinket dropped on death, then no good trinkets will be used in fights. Exactly. So that is the key point here. And since we invested a very good amount of effort into making trinkets awesome, useful for tactical builds, and exciting, never-ending farming for cool things, and a huge market, one of the biggest thing ever in Mortal 1 when it comes to loot and item trades. If they dropped on death, remove 99% of all that, and no one would care. Oh, I found a cool ring, I want to bank it. Oh, I found a crap ring, I can waste it. It's simple math, and you don't need many IQ points to understand that either we make use of it or nothing. And for us, it's a no-brainer, and for you guys in here, 99.9% I think agrees. But there will always be people that don't agree, and that's fine. But for us, it's super simple to look at the statistics, just as someone said in here. That's a very helpful reason. Can you show our character starts? Yeah, this is nothing special. This is a Calar build I've been testing things on, so not optimal for mage, as you can see. But yeah, I could still showcase what I wanted to, so nothing special. Can't make everyone happy, for sure, for sure. And that's the thing, you know, I don't expect everyone to love everything Immortal or agree to everything. And that's fine. I just hope that we can be somewhat adult and civil and, you know, at least reach to that conclusion. Okay, I understand, I respect that point, and then proceed. Rather than becoming a 5-year-old and just getting too grumpy when you don't get what you want and served a different type of game because you want it. I mean, you can always make your own game, right? Trinket should be craftable and droppable. End of story. Yeah, that's what you think, Kelly, right? That's the beauty. We all can have our different opinions on how things should be, but we are doing the game, right? And we have made the calculations, and it fits to what we are trying to design, and the majority like the trinkets how they are. And then we will also have jewelry crafting, which will tap into you know, something similar, which will work a little bit different. So yeah. The priorities to Vikings, Ragnar? I don't. Why do I need that? Yeah, the meteor drops was really cool in the first game, and we want to implement those again in Online 2 with some refinement again. There's a lot of good, cool, successful event triggers in Immortal 1 that obviously we want to make use of this time around as well, and take the opportunity to refine those things that wasn't 100%. So this is a good opportunity to refine a lot of those things that we want to add again. And Trinkets got a good refinement in this version as well. I was expecting 1,000 strength. No, I would be breaking everything if I touched anything with those stats. I'm testing things as a normal character. That's the way. Rage Master, it doesn't work like that. You go to a restaurant and get served bad food after paying for it. The Che doesn't get to say just make your own food. The game is bad, that's all. No, of course. What I mean is that if our game is bad and no one wants to play it, then yeah, then it looks like we've done a game that only we want to play. And if we are alone, then obviously we can't make a living on this. I'm saying that we had thousands of interested players that love this concept and the rules and core aspect of the game, and we're happy to see that we are not alone, and we're trying to fulfill that. And then there will always be players that doesn't agree. Many want the PvP toggle, many want, you know, whatever they want to have in a game, but obviously we can't change the game for those players, right? Because how would Mortal 9 look then? Do we add a toggle for PvP? Do we add a PvP server? Do we change all the core because a huge amount of players wants it? You tell me. Do we do that? Do we want a theme park instead for Mortal Online? You know, it's quite easy. There's tons of theme park games, right? That is awesome in what they're trying to do. We're not trying to do something similar to most of those games. And that is also what we saw during the stress test. Over 100,000 players arrived in the stress test and they said, holy shit, how have I not heard about this game? I love it. It's a fresh breeze and I can't wait to see that progressing. And we were very happy, obviously, to see that our vision is shared by a lot of players. And we don't need millions of players like many of those giants trying to make a theme park game. So we're happy to be able to move forward in a smaller scale. And that also obviously makes it easier for us to handle that kind of traffic and, you know, amount of players. So, yeah. As long as we can follow through with the core rules that we have set up and describe Mortal 9 to be, and have a growing, healthy player base that support that and love that, then we are obviously very happy. If we fail in that and everyone leaves the game, then obviously that doesn't work, which means we have failed and deliver that, or simply it wasn't good enough. then obviously we have to take the decision, what do we do then, right? Do we change the core rules for if that means there's a growing audience that want to play, then, I don't know, but we don't want to step into those areas now when we actually seen that there's a huge interest in this type of game. We just need to progress in the right way, fix, polish, and deliver those big components that a lot of players have been asking for since day one. Get a vibe. Henrik is doing this because he loves it, not because he wants a cash grab. No, I mean, if this was a cash grab, then obviously would disappeared after the weeks of release when we got a good amount of cash for being such a small company. But obviously we're investing that back and doing everything we can to progress, improve, and deliver something unique to you guys. Because this is nice end game. Also gambling games and treasure hunting points of interest and so on are important. Yeah, for sure. We're adding a lot of interest points now. We already added a few in this last patch, as you have seen or may have seen. And we have, like I said, around over 1,000 interest points coming in all the upcoming patches for quite a while. People cry much. Let him do their job. If you don't like it, play another game. Yeah, that's true also. I mean, obviously we want to stick to this. Like I said, we have a game plan for like 9 months forward now that I hope will speak for itself and will show the MMO markets that we are forced to reckon with, hopefully. And that's our goal and mission, to grow and set all this in motion in this upcoming schedule. Yes, I'm overstat int due to my rings. I'm just playing around and testing things more with this character, so that is a little bit irrelevant for this character, but that is correct. When we fix damage on the game, pathing is not very good, especially for any path following. Yep, that is on our polish patch that I mentioned before. There's several important fixes planned on that one. Pet pathing is one of those things that we need to fix and improve. I don't know if I'm gonna spoil these trinkets. They are indeed. Could be a little juicy indeed. I mean, it's an exciting for you also to find, holy shit, this is a high tier or a high gem tier, and you choose to share it with everyone or not, right? Can I open a zombie brothel when I learn necromancy? You could. People cry because it's a coping mechanism. Yeah, that too. We start advertising the game to get population back. Yes, so like I said, we have a big focus on polishing and structure and system. And obviously it feels great to have that in place when we're bringing new players again, so they don't experience invisible weapons, bad pathing, different heights on houses. Those are big ones that are slapping our players in the face, which feels obviously terrible for us. We want to fix those as soon as we can, and feel that we're in a good position when it comes to that kind of gaming polish experience. And then we have just a few very important feature components that we know everyone will be happy for and enjoy, new and old players, and be very careful in planning those steps ahead. And we have several steps, important steps, when we start to get these steps in place. You know, starting with the Epic Game release, the release trailers that we never got to release, influencers, content programs. We have a lot of people standing ready that was a part of the stress test influence when things went quite viral. You know, everyone was picking up Mortal, even giants as, you know, Asmongold, Lyric, Asu, you know, big YouTubers and streamers. and they reached out to us. Some of them are very excited about Mortal 9. Some of them doesn't like Mortal 9. Again, that's fine. And some of those big YouTuber streamers are standing by until we reach that certain points when we are ready to, push again. So along with that, yes, marketing, influencers, all you guys that sign up for content creator programs, gonna go through that and promote you guys. That promotes us with Twitch drops, etc. So yeah, we have a exciting schedule ahead. We need to get specific component in place, and then that is like a big chain reaction where we have a good opportunity again to get awareness and get people interested again that is waiting for this. Yeah, there's a quality of life depending on priority and how much time we have again when it comes to fixing bugs. There are many good things like filtering categories on broker, something we want and we will have. I can't say exactly where that fit in these upcoming patches at this point though. And like I said, we are heavily monitoring the rates of trinkets entering the game and how players are obtaining them in speed and area and all that. And you can also expect to see tweaks made on those over the coming month based on what happens in this first month. So it's still too early to say what kind of tweaks we may want to do, because like I said, tier 1 to 2 very common, tier 3 starts to become a little more uncommon, tier 4, tier 5 very uncommon. So obviously it needs time for that pattern to show how uncommon they are until we may feel that we may need to bump them or how we want to tweak them. Yeah, domination. So I mentioned before the annoyance behind domination. It also, the same issue happens with, I think it's to tame the panther, if I'm not mistaken. It's one of those things that makes our coders bash their head on the keyboard. It compiles, it works on a dev build, and when it compiles to the live build, it simply stopped working, even though the exact thing is working on all other pets. And the same thing for domination, stops working on most of the creatures, works on some. And all our, even our seniors have looked through it to see codes are right, but the compilation for the live build goes just bad for some odd reason. So there's no just quick fix for that, and that's why it's taking time for us to need to rearrange to fix that wasn't intended to, act like that. Can you ask Epic Games why they compile and their builds work differently? We have worked with Epic Games quite a bit on and off over the years, and there's some things that we know that they can be helpful in, and then we also know that some things they are not really able to help much. They're a giant and have millions, or thousands of developers and companies surrounding them with their tech. So we try to, we know what is effective or not in most cases. Same thing actually with the, easy anti-cheat. We have pretty much no information there. They do frequent updates. And obviously it's quite annoying when some of our players get those error messages, even though they reinstall or whatever, they still get them. And we can't help because it's in Epic Games end. So sometimes that can be challenging as well. But the thing is, our seniors that have been working with Unreal Engine for so many years, they've seen similar things happen before, and they also kind of know, okay, if we rebuild this part to be in a completely different way, but still gives kind of the same result, it should fix the problem. It's just that we need to spend some time on it. But along with Beast Mastery, that is something that we obviously need to solve at the same time. Schedule that in and make it happen. So you get full use of using your pets with Beast Mastery and Domination. So we are covering it. It's on our list when it comes to fixing those things along with the functions. One moment, I'm just gonna... No, my Trinkets is actually broken. So, ignore those, ignore those. So, let me see. Getting close to 4 hours. Again, time flies by when we're having a good moment, guys. Is there anything else you would like to see? Any spell you want to see me cast again? Or what do you say? And we're making him free to play? No, not yet. Too early. Like I said, there's very important milestones we need to reach in the upcoming weeks and months before we can look at that even later milestone, which includes a possible free to play in Haven. Cast the slow on you. So the slow does only slow AI pets. It doesn't slow down a player, but the stamina management regeneration gets affected on a player. Right? So shit, I got a terrible hot so they run slower when it comes to AI and pets, but myself only get affected by the stamina regen. So obviously, you know, it's an important, quite critical, you know, can be a very important component when stamina is affected, obviously. So again, we're very careful about PvP balance, so it doesn't become a whole new 100% meta. This is the way, period. Like we said, speed is king. We saw that clearly in the first game, and we don't want to promote that too heavily again, so that becomes the only thing everyone focus on, if that makes sense. You summon some fast walkers and make them chase a pig as you cast slow on it. Yeah, I'm not 100%. So you saw the stamina regeneration went from 100 to, what was it, 50? Let me take a look. Yeah, 50, so quite a strong amount right now. But like I said, the numbers are not 100% final yet. But you get the idea, right? I mean, 50% stamina regeneration that's a lot. That's a lot. I can summon my walker. Yeah, if you cast blind on someone, it's most likely a hostile spell, which you know you shouldn't be casting in towns. Let's pull this guy then. Look at that cool effect. And let's tell him to go at this little piggy. Get him, piggy. And then 7 to gimp him. So now I'm not 100% sure if the speed reduction works on this one. We have to confirm code-wise. So those are the balance things and polishing we're going through to see that everything is working as intended. Because yeah, this guy is having some trouble in keeping up with the pig. If we compare the speed to this one, let me crank the shit out of him. Is it slower? Or is it the same? It's galloping. Or is this piggy? Was it slower? I think it's slower, right? Because is this galloping or not? Yeah, it is. It looks to be the same, right? Yeah. Could be that it's only working on pests for now. I do it on my pet. Yeah. Oh, it looks to be the same on that one as well. Could be one of those things that are not 100% in tune yet. Like I said, there's still a few things left that our coder is working on. Mute is one of them, and so yeah. Come here, Walker. Come here. Come here. There you go. There you go. And I want you to give me your blood. Give me your blood. All of it. All of it. Look how cool this is. I love it. I love it. With the buff mute spells, it also mute Discord. Yeah, would be nice. Way more effective than Yuko. I mean, it's very different rules and spells for sure. And ecumenical will still be very important, no doubts. It's highly supports school, effective healing at points, good range spells, different effects, you know. Still very, very important, I would say. While Necromancy obviously opens up the toolbox for quite a lot more options to be viable as a mage, both solo, PvP, and PvE, I would say. So yeah, you know, important expanding mage options for sure. Here we go, and boom. Awesome. Awesome. Give me your blood. Okay, don't. Come on, come on. Give it to me. Thank you, thank you. It feels really fun, and it's a good satisfaction in having this new school of new rules. But like you can't mix spell schools, indeed, for sure. I mean, it's gonna be interesting. Obviously, you can go quite heavy mage now when you have 3 schools. How you can mix and match or whatever you want to do. And obviously, trinkets will help you additionally further. I will want to spawn that zombie. It walks slower than a bush pig and does almost no damage. They're gonna be very useful for many reasons. They can act as a shield. You can buff them with proper skills. I don't have all the skills now when it comes to making it cost less, so you can have a horde of them being a good tank meaty shield against PvE. And like I said, you can use them to explode, doing AoE damage. You can use them as a shield when you bind them, like I'm gonna show you. There's a lot of use for mastering summons. I haven't mastered it at this point either, so they are weaker. They will be more distinctive differently. This one is the weakest and slow, for sure. But you will see a difference on the others. This one is more when you're new, starting out, right? And then the other one will be more useful for different tactics. we have... Fuck, which one is now? I always forgot. Yeah, helpful. So this little baby here now makes me be able to take much more damage. So if someone is hitting me now, my damage gets reduced and he takes some damage. That is useful. And you can always make an ambush if you hide them or whatever you come up with using your magnificent brain. You can send them in, and while someone may be missing that, you can always do this in the right moment, because you can run at the same time. Bam! And you get explosion damage on the players or AI. Or you just take their health and heal yourself, etc. So there's gonna be use for sure using the summons. And yeah, the boom, you know, the boom. So it's gonna be interesting. Like I said, there will be tweaks on the stats. That is the process we are entering currently. You know, I'm sure you will find cool tactics and show that whenever this hits. Yeah, let's we could go to the graveyard, seeing that if that function is working. I haven't tested that actually. I'm a very slow character. But yes, I should be able to take control over those undead. I haven't tested it, so I'm not 100% sure if that is working. But let's take a look. I'm pretty close. Huza, my fishing is now 100 from watching your stream. Awesome, Sirop, awesome. Nice work, Necro. Don't make pets OP. Don't make pets OP this time, thanks. Like I said, we gathered again a lot of data feedback from pets in the first game, and we fully agree to most of that feedback in terms of player skills is something we always promoted and talked highly about. And when we got a lot of powerful pets, even though they were very time consuming and cost investments, we always promote player skills as much as we can, including being a beastmaster. And it's also gonna add a layer of more fun and enjoyment. So when we do add powerful pets, because there will be, they won't be powerful if you're not playing very well and take risks. That's our balance and addition we want to add this time around. So yeah, that's quite a difference from the first game. Let's see if we can take control over this baby then. Come on, baby, let's do it. You can only control weak undead, so he's apparently not weak then. Oh, did I enrage him? Okay. But yes, I should be able to take control when I am powerful enough. Calm down, boy. Calm down. Come on, come on. There are some tweaks we need to do on some of the aiming as well. Let me try command on it. I don't think so. No. Don't wanna. But I should. There's still some mission shot. No, look, there's look, I'm gonna show you what I mean with tweaks. It's not about my aiming. I played Quake in a Master League, so I know how to aim. But if I show you this, did you see what happened? Even though I was aiming up in the last second, it was firing where a little bit too early. You see what I mean? So that the same thing happens when I aim and change the aim. The same issue happens, so it's gonna feel like it's off, you know. Quake Pro. When I was a teenager, I was a Quake Pro. Believe it or not. Yeah, it's a cool AoE damage spell. Playing Quake with a joystick? Oh my god. Yeah, that's tough. Yeah, the meta projectile is more like the railgun, the sniping, you need to hit perfectly. This one is obviously more AoE. Boom, boom, boom. So, very effective in a crowded tunnel, I would say. You can hit a whole gang. Let's do... Bastards! Trying to poison them. Pretty effective, right? That's one tactic. That's one way to do it. However, it will be a big change for big fights, for sure, for sure. Smell Leech only gives you mana if the target has mana to give. Yeah, so you can steal some mana from your targets. Can't wait to gas people out of their homes. No more house fights for you, cheaters. Can you get rest pets or summon any animals with necromancy? Yeah, so like I mentioned, ritual is the third component for necromancy, which I'm not displaying here today. We won't reveal too much until it's in the game. And you can pretty much bring back anything that died. You just have to use its carcass. So you kill a troll, you can raise it again. Your horse died, you can raise that horse as an undead horse. You can't heal the normal summons. They are more like throw away kind of tools. I would say. A bug happened. No, I was changing spell and boarding. Brrr. You can heal enemy NPCs, including enemy undead, but you can't heal your own undead. Holy shit, it takes a lot of mana, as you can see, because I don't have the skills that reduces that costs. But when that fight, I can actually sit down to maintain it. We can bring back pickles. Pickles? What a pickle. Time to go, take care, and thanks for making the best game out there. Thank you very much, and see you later. And then we do boom. Come on, come on. Aw. Chicka boom! I love it. Look at that arm. Flies to the moon. Holy cow. And if that is a very dangerous creature, I'm a little afraid, you know. I can always do this. Come here, loot bag. Come here. There we go. There we go. There we go. See what I'm talking about? And I'm still not very safe. I can always do this one more time. Come here. Come here. Whoop. Got another one. That is a juicy one. Juicy one. Yeah, but for the best game I've ever played. Thank you, Henrik. Very excited for more. Thank you very much, Arcane. It's, you know, warmed our hearts to hear that you guys are also very excited for Mortal Online and its future and what we're trying to give you guys. So the poison cloud. Chicka boom. Blue, blue, blue. Quite effective, poison cloud. As you can see. Right? Not too bad, right? Not too bad. And I can even make it stronger by doing this. Oh shit. Doing this and that, and now I can't see shit. But I'm trying to get them in both the poison and the cloud. Look at how evil this is. Look at this. Holy shit. Dangerous shit. And then we do the finishing move. Chickaboom! And I miss it all. And that's steal some life. Oh! So I heal myself on them. Give me all your blood. Blood, blood, come here. You see how that blood seeks to me? That's pretty cool. Pretty cool, right? Pretty cool. Poison is crazy. Like a little kid with a new toy, indeed. Indeed. It's really fun. I like it. And obviously it feels so smooth when you can run at the same time as well. Which is, you know, so unnatural when you're used to ecumenical and spiritism. Always forget about almost. So I keep trying to almost stand still. But yeah, it's zikaboom, zikaboom. See that zikaboom? No, I'm not sure. You know what kind of skills I have on this character even. Look, 87. Like I said, this is far from an optimal build. I'm lacking a few skills to master the summons, and yeah, just enough to showcase. It's the most impressive Zigaboom. Indeed, indeed, it is. You know, it's all about the Zigaboom. Come here, my small minions. Race. Race! And we will destroy. Come to me. You two, come here. Come here. Thank you. Thank you. And go and get this little guy. Go over there. Go over there. Hit him, please. Thank you. Thank you. And explode for me. Explode. Chicka-boom. Chicka-boom. See what I mean? See what I mean? See what I mean? That's how I do it. That's how I do it. Imagine the zigabooms when this goes live. Can't wait. Can't wait until you show me how is it done. Henrik, Navy. That darkness cloud works and looks so much better than MO1. Excellent job with that. Yeah, I agree. Like I said, we want to refine everything from the first game when it comes to necromancy, the rules behind them, and the spells. So I'm very happy with where we stand right now. We have a few tweaks left, and then we will have an awesome necromancy. Can the loot grab spell be used on any loot bag, not just your own? Yes, any loot bag, as you saw here. I'm pulling the necromancers, the walkers loot, but obviously also player loot works. All loot within your range gets pulled to you. I said a boom chicka boom. Chicka boom. This animation nice. Head boom shot. Yeah. I'm not sure about my if you look at my hand now, if I'm aiming, it's a little bit covering my my view, as you can see there, right? So I'm not 100% sure if we may wanna move it a little bit, right? I'm smoking them to death. Look at that. Holy shit, powerful. Holy shit, they died in freaking seconds. 2 Misma clouds. Does the job. Does the job, you know? You can't gamma hack the blindness. It's pitch black. There's no data. Do the death hand. Do the death hand. Do the deedy woody. Let's do the deedy woody. Come on, man. Chick-boom. Do you see that? That blood flying to me? Like I'm a blood-sucking vampire. Pew! You see that? Pew! Pew! Amazing. Freaking love it. Freaking love it. And this is one of my favorites. This is one of my favorites. I was like, holy shit, when I saw this the first time. Take a look at this. Can't get enough of it. This one, look now. Give me all your blood. All of it. Come to me now. Come to me now. Great. Come to me. Amazing. Do you see how it flies to me, around me? Holy shit. Holy shit. Love it. Love it. And loves making them explode and sucking their blood. Confirmed vampire. Chickaboom. Vampire necro. Indeed. Indeed. You know? You know? Let's crank the temperature up. All of them. All of them. Oh. All of them. Holy shit. Come on. Look how they're dying like flies now. Holy shit. Come on. Holy shit, I'm dying. Okay, that wasn't as intended. Almost got stuck on that. So this is what I mean with the aim target. If I release it too early, the aim doesn't update correctly. So that's one of the things we need to tweak. Aww. Looks like you can't control the general. Indeed. Die, all you minions. Chickaboom! Holy cow! Simply missed is how I kill 90% of enemies in Elden Ring. It's effective. If you stack them up like that in a decent area, they're quite effective. See, that's when I did it again. So a little bit before it's finished casting, it takes my distance calculation. So even though I correct it when it's supposed to release, it's too late. So that feels very annoying. That's one of the things we need to sort. You feel it when you're trying it. It's not my aiming or distance that was wrong. It was my timing when it does the calculation. So I have to kind of like stand still early on and aim. And then I can go back instead. Which makes it feel a little out of control. See what I mean? Yeah, so we're looking to add a key bound to cancel the casting. So let's take these loot bags. Zigaboom! Lovely. Lovely. What's your most favorite spell? Zigaboom? Or boom shaka boom? Hard to pick one, you know? Hard to pick one. They're very exciting. Very exciting spells. Does the Necromancy away require expensive or hard to get materials? You mean the our search spell? This one requires 2 spirits and 2 corpse ash. What percentage of damage is shared with the pets when you ank bound? I don't know the exact percentage. And that is also, you know, it's always a debate how much information we want to write out or add on the buff icons, and how much do we want to leave for others to experiment and learn and have that knowledge. What is corpse ash? So that is one of the regions you will require when it comes to necromancy, that also will come along with the necromancy patch. Thank God I'm a spirit walker picking up necromancy. I can waste all that spirit I want. True. Spiritists and necromancy goes quite well hand in hand. Where is disease spell? This is the disease spell. Miasma. Or do you mean atrophy? I mean, yeah, we changed name on Poison Cloud is Miasma, Cloud Ashes, the Darkness, Atrophy. I don't remember if this was the disease. I think it was, right? I don't remember exactly. But this is the new name then. Reduces stamina regen on players and decrease speed on pets. Benumb Mind reduces mana regeneration on players and blocks pets from casting magic. But yeah, I mean, now we also have the buy orders, right? So you can always place some of the resources as buy orders, including carcasses. It's casting magic among us. Yeah, atrophy is disease. Yeah, exactly. So this is the correct name, an updated name. I played NBA Jam, eh? A long time ago. Is corpse ash intended to be difficult or easy to get, or in between? Shouldn't be too hard. I would say something in between, I think. And then we have Ritual Blood. Richer Blood is also a new one. ABAM. You have, right? You know how you obtain that if you know how to process materials. The bones and all that you also know how to find pretty easy. The spirits, you know. So yeah, Ritual Blood and Corpse Ash. That's what you need to get as well. Or have the crosshair escaping pixels when using high mouse DPA. Only happens in this game. Impossible to aim with a bow, and if I lower the in-game sensitive, the UI mode course is way too low. Do you mean when you hold still and shoot, or when you do movements? Because these negro arrays that require corpse ash and spirits are truly a spammable array. Cool. You will see what it means to require the ash. Adding stuff instead of fixing stuff. No. I went through a little bit before, but how the coming work looks like in roadmap and focus. So no, it's gonna be a huge focus on polish and bug fixing. And I also mentioned what areas those are, which is pretty much those that everyone been reporting and sooner or later get affected by. I was gonna do a little of these. Yeah, I got a few more spirit boxes to be able to go crazy with Necro. And now I'm gonna do the amazing spell. Look at this, baby. Look at this. Give me your brain power. Give it to me. Just like that. Come on, man. Come on, man. Let's see. Let's see how that helps me. Boo. Boo. Fucking dodging. Fucking dodging. I wonder if this one is working right. Yeah, you saw it took a little damage there. That is also one of the things we're going through in balance now. You can see this is my link damage here. Doesn't take a small percentage from my damage. So not very much. That is also part of the balancing that we are doing. Give me your blood. Oh. Hey. This is Henrik in his natural habitat. Clean your inventory, Henrik. Nah, I wanna. Those red things, large spirit boxes. Did you spam more? Yes. What percentage of the damage shared? Yeah, as you saw, it was quite a small amount. It's part of the balance run we're doing now. We may see some tweaks around that. How are you so bad at your own game? Come on, man, he did the dodge. You know that dodge? That dodge with my fist? Give me a sword and I won't miss ever. I will beat you in a duel. And do you think it would be best to go U5 as soon as possible so you can be on top of bugs? May come from transfer, because more content means more changes to bug on swap. We are working on a UI5 transition and we will make updates on that soon enough. I'll be in there. Don't pretend you never had a walker dodge you with those drunk animation they have. They do. I mean, I've seen many veterans aim on the head when it does that quick dodge and you miss. It's hard to count for that quick nudgy head move, for sure. Come on, man, doofus. Come on, man. Pretty sure most players could beat Henrik and deal with it. No, Flawless Sullivan, you're so wrong. Last time someone said that he was so cocky and tough, and I humiliating him in front of 100 people, and he just disappeared from the game after that. But the thing is, I haven't been dueling for a very long time, so I am rusty now. I admit to that. I used to do very weekly and even daily sessions, especially during combat beta. I had a blast with the community doing team fights and such, and I was pretty solid back then. That's when I humiliated one of the players. But yeah, now I am rusty for sure. You need to train that muscle memory and keep fresh for sure. Not gonna lie, I think as somebody did a shoulder shuffle the other day that almost looked like a feint. They do those twitch every now and then. So, you know, ideally try to set an arrow to his head at all times, close range. Sometimes it will do that flitch. You know, you see that flitch? Whoa! Come on, man. Come on, come on. Oh! E. 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 Oh. Oh my god. Oh my god. Dangerous. I need to get you back in the training pit. That is true. That is true. I need to get back in the training pit to be respectable on the field again, at least. Love how it's a tiny version of the spell in your hand before you throw it out. Yeah, good eye, you spot it. I like that a lot as well. And that's exactly how it is. So, for instance, if you look at the spiral of search, look at the hand. You can see the small spiral, right? And then that, you know, so you learn that. You can see what the Necromancer is trying to cast. Same thing with poison, smoke, misma. You see the poison in hand, right? Same thing with darkness. You see, like a miniature of it. Really cool. I agree. Same thing with this little baby. No, that was not what I was trying to do. Maybe this one. Yeah, you see? Mana still looks like that. So that's pretty cool. It's a miniature of the big one. That's how you spot what you're casting. This engine will bring back people back. This will bring back people back for a week or two. You need more than 2 weeks to discover necromancy. So if you want to be a necromancer, you should be quite interested. But yeah, again, depends. If you want to play as a mage, as a necromancer, then sure, this would be a great patch for you. If you don't care about magic and necromancy, then maybe you're not interested in this patch. But there are also more in this patch, you know, the armor stuff. We have big bosses, additional things tied to that. And it's gonna be a hell of a hotspot with the Necromancy spot. So again, people that said I'm not interested at all about trinkets, but they really love the patch due to what it brings. Not only the loot, but the hotspots, PvP that have been spiking on a lot of the hotspot areas. So I'm pretty sure the Necromancy location will bring a lot of action, especially initially. But yes, TC sieging is one of the big focus after or simultaneously in a way next to, like I mentioned, focus on bug fixing and polishing. Everyone can't do the same thing. There are different types of developers. You can trade an undead horse to a friend. If I agree, if we kill his horse. Shit, I don't remember exactly the rules there, depending on your friend's position. So I have to get back on that one to refresh my memory. Do you think it's gonna take months to be fixed? Shall we just drop domination for now? I can't say exactly right now. I can't say for sure at this point. Is Rise at Chieftain a boss or just a normal monster? I mean, you know, usually the tag boss get puts to when you see a very specific level of challenge, and you quite clearly with the boss room, right, when they close you in and you see that message going down, that kind of trigger things that also tells this is not just a common creature that you solo. You usually need to beat it with specific tactic or you know, a good group of players. Then obviously there's something in between, like powerful leaders such as a chieftain for the risers, I would say. So he may not be the typical boss, but he's a powerful creature, I would say. And those also have rare drops, for sure. Would be cool if air burst in elementalism could blow clouds away. Indeed, indeed. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see also exactly what we can use when it comes to the tech behind weather effects in Unreal Engine 5. Like we said, we know there's a lot of cool things we want to utilize and bound those to the cycle, the seasons, and the magic, right? And that's something unique that I've never seen in a game before, where you actually can affect the freaking weather in this biome where everyone is playing. How cool is that, right? And that's what we had in Mortal Online 1 as well, which obviously we're bringing back to Mortal Online 2. In Unreal 5, that's going to be spectacular. Not even for weather, but to blow necro clouds away. Ah, yeah, you mean like such cloud. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe move them, you know? Blow the cloud from here to over there. Could be interesting. Which boss is allowed to be soloed? I mean, all the bosses that entraps you are a group effort. You can't solo those. If you do, you're abusing mechanics or it's bugged out. And that's something we don't support, because they are bound to specific effort, a specific loot, especially more now with additional loot on them. Henrik mentioned a ritual school and a worker school. You mean with necromancy? So I put it in like 3 categories. One is the summon, the quick summon that I showed you when I pull up walkers, and there's also a skill involved in making them more efficient and obtaining them, because you see the cost for the summons or my mana. And then we have the normal spell casting effects, and then we have the rituals, and the rituals are more time consuming and preparation, heavy carcasses. For instance, if you want to build a troll, you need those 100,000 plus carcasses. So as you can understand, you don't just walk around with that in your pocket. It's a preparation to create such beasts. Similar thing with the 2 black. You need to learn the requirements, the skills, and not only having the carcasses, the skills, you also need to find the different modifiers that taps into making the creature more efficient. So there's quite a few things to explore, experiment with, and learn to build good pets for your necromancer to use. Does bringing 2 people to tag the boss meet the group requirements for group content? I mean, like I said, it's quite easy to see. For instance, you can't beat the Minotaur King with 2 people, not even with 3. I don't know exactly where the line goes, where it's barely doable, because it's a very tough boss. It behaves very specifically, and if you don't have the right team doing the right things, you're not going to beat it. It took quite a while for people to beat the Minotaur King, for instance, and huge numbers. So there's obviously no way in 2-3 people going in there and beating it. It's just impossible, because it's also meant to be a huge group effort or highly tactical group performing the perfect setup to beat it. And most of the bosses is set in that way. We try to aim on what kind of amount it requires to beat and how you beat it. And you know, it's clear now when you see, if you abuse specific game mechanics to kill a boss and it can't do anything, you're not fighting the boss, you're abusing mechanic. Now we're having high value on those bosses as well, so it's very important that we fix those abuses and that we also follow through now with our rules and making sure we have things under control and that players simply follow those rules. Regarding Regent in the vendor, my underlying curiosity is how much will be vendor based and what will be player provided. Open Necro stimulates the economy for players who sell magic, essentially. Yeah, the goal have always been that we want everything to be pretty much player produced, traded, and demand and supply. And now we've also got the buy order mechanics, which is a huge system and promotes the game in a very healthy way forward. Obviously we want that to be a good tool for the players to, again, making business and trades, supply demand between each others. You set the price and determine whatever. So for sure, you know, if you want to supply regions for specific schools, that should be a optional business for sure. And we don't want the NPCs to cover all of that, just the bare minimum to get going, and then we want to put everything else pretty much on the player base. Wanted to know we could get more banners around the map. So like I said, we have over 1,000 points of interest planned. Obviously, many of them will include different types of humanoid threats with different types of rewards. So you will see more options for sure. Any plans for new humanoid type NPCs for new farming spots? Yes, there are new plan for necromancy, for sure. So skincare routine, nothing. I just go to bed. Nothing. Nothing. Potential dragon carcass in rituals. You will be able to raise a dragon, an undead dragon. How broke is the new spells gonna be when you release the patch? How broke is the new spells gonna be? I already displayed the spells for you. How broke do you think they are? All of them are working currently. Ranger, have you not seen me casting all the spells already? What do you think I'm doing here, man? Come on, man. Come on, man. Sharks with lasers. No sharks with lasers. Is there anything else you would like to see when it comes to necromancy before we may wrap it up? Henrik pretends to be the CEO, but he's really just a lead beta tester. Oh, alright, I see. So all that time being spent on the CEO part of the company is nothing. Poison spell stacks for multiple players, or is it like corrupt? I'm not 100% sure right now. If I when I stack them on the walkers, it looks like they are stacking up, right? When I did that test. Obviously we need to see balance in terms of this. If something goes incredible OP or silly, that is one of the focus currently for necromancy, to make sure we have things in a good balance. Will it be possible to catch Yuri with fishing? Yes, already is on live. So the poison tick here, it's pretty much when you're standing in it. So if you just move away from it, it stops ticking. So it's more like a area-based poison. When you stand there, breathe the poison, it takes damage. So in this case, you just avoid it. You don't have to cast Purify. You avoid it. It is possible to fish rings, yes. If we have more mouse settings like mouse smoothing, maybe we could. No, I'm not showing any rituals at this point, so no to black or raising a current creature. So if I cast poison, oops, on these little babies, and then another one here, yeah, You see it's stacking. They die like flies. They die like flies. You see that? You see that? And then I'm bringing those looties. Chicka-boom! Only one made it. Distance, I'm not sure if it needs a little bit more distance or if it's fine. Obviously we don't want you to be able to steal loot from over there. That would be crazy. Circ busters, indeed, indeed. These will spread them wide. Now let's drop 10 to 20 poison clouds. Exactly. Those are the things we need to go through balance so we don't allow for something too crazy. I mean, if I, let's see, keep spamming them, maybe it becomes ridiculous. Seems very powerful for a group fight. Yeah, like I said, we need to go through the balance so it's as balanced as it possibly can be before it goes out as well. Let me see if I can spam a few. Because yeah, quite effective in killing those walkers, as you can see. Yeah, there are more summon types that you will see. Let's go crazy. What the hell am I casting? I cast the wrong spell, sorry shit. Eh. Shit, yeah, Jesus. Jesus, they stack quickly. Quite powerful. Quite powerful. Imagine throwing those down in a choke valley. Enemies running. Poo, 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 poo. Everyone dies. So yeah, we need to be careful about anything stacking. What's coming out next patch? These things. Necromancy. Big bosses. Legendary armor crafting components. And a little bit some other small things. And we have obviously the common polish bug fixing focus as well. Miasma hurts everyone standing in it, including myself. So obviously we need to be cast wisely. Let's hear about the boss. It's a big boss, okay? Very, very big boss. And this is the age of God of War. Just to give you a little what I say, little taste of mind what you may be looking at. So again, taking a step a little bit forward with tier 2 AI moving forward a little bit more. Offering new mechanics to play around with in a very cool way. Big balls. The big balls. Asian wife. I'm no Asian wife. What the hell? Very crazy, man. This is why human will be best tactician clade. I think I saw those green gloves in game earlier, but I've had mage in the bank. Oh. Where's the Belbus? It's coming. The Belbus is now fully finished and just needs to get its content and spawners in the world. So, pretty much done. Just last step left, putting it in the game. To be a necromancer, Black Priest is full necro guild pushing to get ahead of the curve on necro when it launches on Discord. Alright. Are you going to make a pure necromancer guild? That's pretty cool. Can't wait to see that army of spellcasters. And how you manage to solve the tasks to becoming a master necromancer. Or even grandmaster. And is damage taken from summons mitigated by armor only, or will psych play a part? You mean if my walker hits you, if psych helps? Armor. Summons. Wait, let me read it again, I'm getting tired. Is damage taken from summons? Shit, where did it go? Where the hell did it go? Summons mitigated by armor only, or psych play a part? If it's a physical damage from a walker, psych doesn't help. That will be your armor. If they cast spells, then psych will help. Looks polished, ship it. Not really yet. We need to go through a little bit more and balance rounds. Henrik, when is leash mode coming in so I can be a demigod? We will see, Stonefather. Are there protection in place to prevent people from building too close to ritual sites? Yes. Definitely needs fixing. If it's not just an earthquake bug, all damage should mean all damage. The thing is, if it means all physical melee damage or magical damage, because if you're trying to look at it and make sense, how does a poison cloud determine that it's your friend, so it shouldn't take damage? The thought was more like, if I'm striking and say, holy shit, it's my friend, I can quickly try to abort that strike. If you imagine a real life, you're hitting your friend, but you're in the end trying to reduce that hit because you saw, holy shit, is my friend, and therefore reducing the damage or dealt. You see a little bit what I mean here. If I remember correctly when I discussed this with Mats, I think that was the component, because it doesn't make sense, right? When you cast fire or poison, will the poison know this is my friend, so I won't go into his lungs and damage him? That doesn't really follow much logic, right? So yeah, maybe the wording needs to be rephrased, or if I'm not mistaken in this case, again, I have to recheck with Mats when it comes to that. It was quite a while ago since we discussed it. But you see what I mean when I'm talking about, right? We try to follow some logic as well, but still give it a meaningful tactical, because when we see big fights, melee fights, people are hitting their guild mates all the time, and obviously having that being highly reduced could make a big difference in a fight, right? Or what do you say? Tweets ads? Do you see any tweets ads? Those shouldn't be enabled, I think. I thought I had ads disabled. Where will the drops for legendary armor be found? That's for you to find out, my friend. It's currently rewarded all damage, yeah. If that's the case, it needs to be rewarded. Worded. Yeah. True. And also, like I said, how do we explain that a fire recognizes your friend? Does that make sense? I don't know. Yeah. I guess maybe some of the logic can be applied when I'm shooting a fireball. Oh shit, it's my friend, and I'm tapping some power out of it, therefore reducing it. maybe that makes sense, right? But it doesn't make as much sense if I put a fire on the ground and let it go, because it obviously the fire doesn't have a brain and won't recognize friends from foes if we try to follow some logic. But maybe when I'm releasing the spells, maybe similar thing applies as when I'm willing my sword. Whereas Rise of Chieftain have no good loot. They do. It's just that they don't drop all the super loot every time, just as most of the good loot. Still wanted to work with magic. Yeah, like I said, it may make sense on everything I can release with my intention, but maybe not fire or gas on the ground, right? Or am I wrong? Yeah, I mean, again, sometime logic have to step aside a little bit for gameplay and fun and tactics. Yeah, maybe I need a further discussion with Mats to see what we really had in mind there, because he made that specific clade also. So let's see. All right. Anything else before we wrap it when it comes to some preview necro? Oh, boom, boom. Oh my god. I might need a boost. Tactician are a big part of why people why people picked human. Yeah. We will get refineries in strongholds. Feeling confident for next week patch. We haven't set this next patch a date officially. There's a few things we need to go through. One big important thing is the balance, as I showed you now. So don't really have a date for this patch, other than we want it to be very polished and as balanced as it possibly can before we release it. Yeah. Chicka boom. Chicka boom. Chicka boom. Damn. Keep me alive. Just like that. Just like that. Damn. No mana. A little bit more mana to be effective on a Necromancer PvE, or I can just throw out 2 poison clouds and let it do the work. You know? Oh. Yum. Quite effective against these one, especially if you pull a whole group and then bam, fall down. Just hurting myself quite a bit as well. Bam! Alright. Alright. I'll be all in this gameplay. Yep. Only if you aren't coordinating, melee literally will teach others of swinging interaction and coordinate with auto melee. Accenting target spells is really learn to play better. It's really the only thing that would help away spells, especially when elementals come out. Not require no friend to be around, or you slow them too. Imagine being how elementalist gonna be if the only time they can use their spells is when they catch enemy Zerg alone. I mean, it worked quite well in the first game. All those crazy AoE damage spells from both Necromancy, but also especially Elementalism. It was a huge part of big sieges, and it worked well. You have to obviously think twice before you do those spells, which was very cool and tactical. So yeah, we have to look through that clade, how it fits. Yeah, maybe we need to add those alignments to make it clear also what is not legal in towns, such as illegal spells and beast summonings. Yes, I mentioned that earlier in the stream. So currently you need a target for the ashes, poison, and there's a specific component or mechanic in elementalism that we could utilize for those spells to be freely placed as well. It's quite specific for elementalism. It's a component that we don't have support for until we get elementalism. But I see that is a natural good improvement and upgrade for these spells. You can actually place them tactically on exactly where you want without having a target. So we may start with that function directly, depending on the time scale, and then we will add that directly to Necromancy for those specific spells. We had that discussion as well a little bit, that would be a good upgrade that I would like to see as well. When are you supposed to keybind 30 spells? Good question. But that's also the cool thing about how you become very versatile in spellcasting, right? And skillful. A lot of player skills involved, obviously, if you want to cover so many spells. But it could also be very cool, right? And very effective. But then when you use those for sieges in M1, other than Necromancy, Death Knights and Death Hand. Day and night. When I saw the fights from up the keep, the roofs, players were shooting all those AoE damages spells, especially aiming for the catapults non-stop. Huge for many of those spells. No doubt. And yes, Death Knights was also heavily used for sure. Sure, we're going to need more hotbars. Yeah, we maybe need to scale those up a little bit. We used to have we may need to scale that up a little bit, you know? We need to scale it up. For sure. Indeed. Elementalism was used a lot for sieges, though. Yeah, that's what I meant. A lot in sieges. I've already been harder since I got rid of my Razor Naya for a Logitech 9.3. Lost so many keys. Yeah. Yeah, we had that in the first game as well. Horizontal options for additional hot keys and allow you to set them. So we may need to expand on that a little bit. Right, holy shit, 5 hours. Okay, it's really time for me now. It's getting late here, guys, but it's been a blast to play as a necromancer. A little preview for you guys. I hope you enjoyed it, and looking forward to playing as a necromancer. It's gonna be awesome to see how you tap into the knowledge as well. That's a whole new element to the game, which is really exciting. So yeah, I think that's it for me tonight. Thanks for the Necro preview. I'm so stoked for it. Been waiting ages for it. Yep, I agree. Me too. Thanks for the stream. Yeah. Nobody mentioned your beard this stream yet. You can't end it so soon. No one mentioned my beard. What was that? What are the bits? Did I miss? Thank you for the stream and the preview. You guys did an amazing job with Necro. Can't wait to see it in person. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's exciting. I love this school. I think it's really a blast to play around with, and I can't wait to see how you play around with it as well. Let's see, should we do a little raid today? Do we have anyone up for a raid? We have quite a few streamers. Who do you say today, guys? Do you have a suggestion? If we're gonna do a little raid, what say you? Grow out the beard, grow it out even more. It's getting quite long right now, getting a little fluffy. Thank you very much for the good sir. Can't wait to try out Necromancy and have a good one. Indeed. Patience and persistent makes the hunt that much sweeter. Thank you so much for delivering. Thank you, Miss Trinidad. Good stream today, Henrik. Can't wait to see Necromancy in game. Thank you. A good night. Necromancy looks amazing. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Alright. Let's see. Who do we stream, guys? Do we have someone you would like to look at this fine evening or night? We have Avira TV, Squirrely, Kralken, the Mighty Crimson, Vanaheim, Twisted Tap, 2 OP, Height Big T. What do you say, guys? What do you say? What do you say? Crimson, you know, he's just gonna tell you guys how much he hates my design and how much he hates 90% of the game and how the statistics says that he's right and I'm wrong. It gets a little tiring, and yeah, I don't know. He may not be having a positive vibe for us guys, and that's what it's all about, right? Enjoying, not hating. Squirrely, Kralken, Crimson streamer literally insult your game. Yeah, it's nothing new, sadly. Kralken. So Kralken or Squirrely or Avira TV. Those three. What do you say? What do you say? Any of those three standing out? Henrik won the vote. I have no vote today. I have no votes. You should be able to take criticism. I do. The last update was very disappointing. Engrade tool was a scam. Legendary weapon to add Fildura. Sometimes you do a good job, sometimes it's bad. Like I said, I have no problem to take feedback and criticism. It's just that it needs to be in common sense. It needs to be humane. I can't work with insanity, crazy, and insult and deaf ears when I'm trying to explain some things, you know? So that's perfectly fine. And Crimson got like 10, 12, 15 chances to have a adult, mature conversation, but he just ignores everything I say or type, or and just calls me a moron pretty much. So it doesn't really get further than that, sadly. And that's when I can't spend more time on it, sadly, you know, or naturally. Yeah, it's not really criticism or solid feedback, sadly. I think, at least. All right, now enough about that. So what did we say? Avira TV, Squarely, Quelcon, Vanaheim. Do you have a pick, guys? Vanaheim from August, always on train to watch. Do you think Necromancy would make solo pure mage more viable? Yes, for sure. Quelcon, Squarely. So let's see. I'm trying to do a rotation on the raids. I don't think I've raided Avira TV ever. I have raided Squilly and Kralken a few times. Vanaheim, I'm not sure if I have. Does anyone remember? I don't remember. So if we want to pass it on to someone new, it's either Avira TV or Vanaheim. What say you guys? What say you? Avira, should we do that then? Yeah, I don't think I've raided her any time. So let's do it then. Avira it is. So, you know, some rotation could be nice. All right, Avira, let's see. How the hell did I spell that? Avira TV. All right, guys. Again, thank you so much for participating, tuning in. Both hate and love, and whatever you contribute with, as long as it's within the rules, you know. I appreciate it. And have a good night. And I'm gonna get my sleep now. So again, thank you so much for donation, subscription, and all that. And I hope to see you soon again. And here goes the raid to Avira. Right? Nighty night. Nighty night. All right. Thanks. Bye bye.